Not because I think FIs will stop selling. Probably they will sell lesser or maybe continue to sell. But the fact that the RBI and government have taken cognizance of this and come out with many measures to stabilize the rupee, and I think this FCNR thing can also be a big trigger. I do see very positive reviews about this scheme, and there is a good chance that good amount of money can come in. So if we are able to stabilize the rupee and corporate earnings continue to remain great, then even if there is a slowdown in the June quarter because of the inflation and the raw material disruptions that we saw, the markets probably might look through that also.
Thank you, Mihir. I mean, that gives us a little bit of light as well in terms of what we could expect. But it's interesting because we are somewhere saying that, yes, markets are pricing in the positives now already. There could be a good amount of positivity that could continue as well, because you have retailers as well who've somewhere sat on the sidelines. They've not 100% been confident about it. Yes, the DIIs were sure and they've been putting in money. The FIs seeming to have, at least lowered down their sell quantum, and you mentioned about the FI shots as well. So, today's session, let's see what happens. But if you talk about Friday's markets as well, 2-week declining trend is what you've snapped. Your Nifty's closed the week higher by more than 1%, and you witnessed a strong up move on Friday's session driven by aggressive short covering amid the improving global sentiment that we've been talking about. Now, what has led to the improvement? One, there is optimism surrounding a potential, that's what we were talking about earlier, the US-Iran peace deal, and now it's going to fructify. Secondly, there has been a decline in terms of crude oil prices as well, and a sharp recovery in the Indian rupee. You have Nifty that has hit an intraday weekly low of 23,070, and this was on Monday's session, and from there you've seen that bounce back. So there is consolidation for most parts of the week that you've seen. Strong buying demand in terms of Friday's session saw the index recouping its entire decline, and it closed the week higher, and there was buying interest that continued when it comes to banks as well. In terms of sectors, buying was broad-based, with all major indices ending in the positive territory, wherein the rally was led by Nifty Real Estate, financial services, PSU banks, private banks as well. You had consumer durables also, which advanced between 2 to 4%. And it was only IT index which actually underperformed the broader markets despite ending in the green. You have seen broader markets which have continued to outperform benchmark indices as well, reflecting a strong risk appetite amongst investors. Mid-cap 100, 2.4% is the kind of gains that you've seen. The small-cap 100 advanced nearly 2.8%. So there has been widespread participation across sectors if you see in terms of Friday's session.
Most certainly. In fact, here's some additional stats. Nearly 800 stocks ended above 3% on Friday, and 250 stocks or more had a gain or a print of over 5% on Friday. That's the extent of confident buying that went into Friday's session. And as we've said, FI selling has continuously reduced over the last 1 week, right? So you see those numbers on June 5th was 8,776 crores. June 12th was 1,082 crores. I dare say we might have a positive number today. So let's wait and watch. So what's working? What's the setup like? A stable rupee, or possibly an appreciating rupee, lower oil prices and good valuations for India is a triple bonanza in the short term. We've been hit by triple whammies for the last, 3 odd months. This is now a triple bonanza and something that markets would like to cash onto, I presume. What also helps is the FI short positioning, which is very high and will presumably help extend the bounce back. And you might well see the banks being at the center of this, right? Because banks is where the selling has been continuous. Banks is where the largest weightage is, and therefore FIs, if they reduce selling or come back, effectively banks get aided. And remember, this whole FCNRB, other aspects also help bank deposit growth. So banks are the fulcrum around which this rally could be if there were to be a continuous rally. So watch out for those stocks, both banks and finance names per se. Also, guys, this pointless talking about what texture looks good, because banks, oil sensitive, etc. But you've also got to keep an eye out for a clutch of companies where both promoters and funds alike are buying. So you're seeing a lot of activity out there. Some promoter stakes getting sold to mutual funds, but in some cases, both the promoter is buying and funds are buying. I think 5-Star Leasing was one such name last week. There are a couple of others too. So there's a lot of names out there which you want to watch out for from a buying perspective.
Yeah, and to add to this, if you look at Nifty 50, yes, 24,000 is what we'll be eyeing, but key hurdles do remain as well. We've spoken about what's happened in terms of Friday. However, on the charts, your index has formed a strong long bullish candle on the daily charts, and it's clearing the 10-day and the 20-day EMAs, which is a positive. Now, the immediate hurdle that we could see is 23,720 and 23,800. And for a gateway of 24,000, a decisive close above 23,820 is what will actually trigger that aggressive short covering as well, paving the path straight towards 23,950 or 24,100. Crucial support coming in at 23,450. That's the first one. And as long as Nifty holds this zone, the structural bias also remains firmly bullish. Your absolute line in the sand support rests at 23,300 on the downside. But I think that's something which we can negate for the day with the kind of implied opening we're seeing. Bank Nifty, undisputed, the market leader, is showing immense relative strength. We've just closed 640 points shy of its all-time April high that Bank Nifty hit. So the upside targets would be 57,175. Watch out for that one in trade. And on the downside, the support comes in at 56,000. So that's the setup looking like so far. But let's get across to Puneet, who's standing by with what all we could expect on the derivative side. Puneet, good morning. What are the cues telling you?
Well, a very strong start indeed. As you guys rightly mentioned, the implied open closing in on that 24,000 mark. And you will look out for follow-on buying in the second half of the day as well. So watch out for this very strong up move, of course, led by the geopolitical factors being coming down now. And for the Bank Nifty, as Neeraj also highlighted, you will see, as first pocket of buying. But what has been interesting that before this event, leading into Friday as well, we're already at that 56,800 mark. So we've seen just in the last 2 weeks, buying from 53,200 all the way up to 56,800. So you're already at a very decent level compared to what it has been over the last 6 to 8 weeks. And hence today's event becomes very crucial for all these banking names as well. 57,200, 400 are of course some of the key levels, but you should be opening above that. And then we've seen that long-term average of 59,000 as well, where we've been highlighting at the start of the year. Could be a very interesting next couple of weeks for the banking index as well. For the cash markets though, we've seen almost 60,000 crores of selling by foreign investors in the first fortnight of June. So watch out for that bounce back today as well. And this number of 1,000 crores has been the lowest it has been in the last 10 to 12 days of the month of June as well. So today's event, very crucial for and hoping for a positive number, of course, on the FII cash numbers. The index long too has been very impressive at 12.2%. Now it's not impressive by any standards on a standalone basis, but from where we have been, hit a low of 7.5% last week. So still 88% short positions being built in. So see some reduction at this point of time as well. And what we have seen in the open interest distribution, there's been a clear path of 23,500 and above levels seeing active calls being built in, and all levels below 23,500 and 400 see massive buildup of puts. Now, you should see some change of that today as well. Watch out for 23,800, 24,000 as those levels where you could see open interest being built in as well. And for stock-specific action, last couple of days has been softer on individual names. It's been a news for benchmarks over the last 2 days, but Nuvama, Radhiko Khaitan, Maruti Suzuki also a long build up on Friday. You also saw in the open interest losers side stocks which were doing decently well as well. And let's go across to the next plate as well. On Ashok Leyland, and that stock was up 10% on crude oil going down and seeing that reduction there. So watch out for all these CV makers, especially which got beaten down because of oil. But overall, a very strong day expected indeed.
Absolutely. Some clarity coming through also in what has been said by Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to a couple of publications, and specifically Trump to the New York Times. He said a few things. The deal is set to assure the strait is permanently toll-free. This is going to be a sticking point, as we spoke about earlier. The MOU suspends the tolls in Hormuz for a period of 60 days and reached Iran deal despite Netanyahu's objections. So this is all critical to pay attention to. He's made further statements to the Wall Street Journal where he's saying that either J.D. Vance or Trump would electronically sign the deal. These are all lines that you will see at the bottom of your screen. The sanctions may be lifted depending on Iran moves. There would be strong inspections on Iranians. The deal will be signed electronically, not as concerned about changing Iran's regime, and could get Iran's nuclear dust in 1 to 2 months. All sticking issues and all things for you to pay attention to very closely over the coming days. For now, let's turn to individual stocks, and I've got 3 on my list as usual. Nestle is something to watch out for. Now, it did take a little bit of a knock on Friday because of the news that came through, but they've categorically rejected allegations on insect infestation in its Maggi noodles. They've also stated that an NABL accredited lab found no infestation in the samples, and detailed batch records and reports were transparently submitted to the FSSAI. There are a couple of brokerage notes that have come through on this issue. Nomura on Nestle India has maintained a buy with a target price of 1,500. The stock currently at 1,375. They note that the FSSAI issued a notice over detection of larvae in a Maggi packet. Nestle clarified that the complaint originated from an unverified X account. Independent lab testing of some batch confirmed samples free of infestation, and the company has submitted a comprehensive quality record to the FSSAI. So it's not something that you should probably lump with the earlier issues that Maggi has faced. Of course, not out of the woods yet till the FSSAI says so, but watch out for this one at the start today. SEPC, this is a company that has gotten letters of award worth 673 crore rupees. The LOAs have been received from sales IISCO steel plant located in Burnpur. It was already up as much as 12% in trade on Friday. Watch out for this one at the start today. And LG Electronics, this is a positive. An initiation of coverage by Citi with a buy rating and a target price of 1,800. They have a dominant market share in the washing machines and refrigerators as well as TVs and AC segment. 85% localized in-house manufacturing with strong parent R&D. Low domestic penetration offers structural growth runway according to the brokerage. And upcoming Sri City plant involves a 50 billion capex. The models, of course, they're actually modeling a 12% revenue growth and 23% PAT compounded annual growth rate over the course of FY26 to 29. So it's an initiation of coverage and positive at that.
Positive at that, and I don't know whether we should rely on any of the brokerage notes today because the markets all seem to be on a bazooka basis, the news that has come in, but it's going to be interesting. Ather Energy, after Ola did a QIP, the management has now approved a 2,500 crore fundraise as well. This will be via QIP, rights issue and FCCBs. Now, this is the first major capital push since its May 2025 public debut. On tranche 1, it's 1,500 odd crores via QIP. Tranche 2 is going to be hybrid and equity up to 1,000 odd crores. And apart from this, they are going to use the funds in terms of expansion of manufacturing and relieving the capacity stress. And if you see in terms of their market share as well, that has been increasing substantially in the EV two-wheeler space. So watch out for this one in trade. Aurobindo Pharma, now the US FDA has classified Aurobindo Pharma Arms Eugia's formulation plant as OAI. They inspected this facility from January 27th to February 6th, and the inspection was completed with 11 distinct regulatory findings regarding manufacturing compliance and quality standards. Now, there will be no immediate impact on the existing production or current shipments or financials. And if you talk about the OAI status as well, what it indicates is that there is significant objectionable conditions that are prevalent, and this will typically block or delay the upcoming product approvals and ANDAs that are mapped to this specific site until the remediation is fully resolved. And if you talk about Unit 3, it serves as a major hub for high-margin sterile injectables that are exported to the US market. So you could see some bit of pressure building up on Aurobindo Pharma. And very lastly, Meesho will be in focus. Now, they've approved acquisition of Kirana Club for an aggregate cash consideration of 200 odd crores. This deal actually marks a major strategic expansion for Meesho into the B2B, grocery and general trade ecosystem. They've said that the acquisition will be completed in 3 tranches by March 31st, 2027, and post-acquisition, the company will operate as a wholly owned subsidiary. this provides a full exit to the existing investors. And Kirana Club will bring in a community of close to 4.1 million registered Kirana retailers to Meesho. In fact, there is a brokerage note on this one as well. I'm just going to quickly pull up that one. In terms of what the brokerage is indicating is Morgan Stanley, they've maintained an equal weight and they have a target price of 190. And what they've said is that given the small deal size, the target's early stage revenue profile, the near-term P&L impact on Meesho should be negligible. So small acquisition, but an extension in terms of the category that it will deal with.
Okay, three names from my end. The first, first two are sets of names. So oil sensitives, you keep them in focus, viewers. I think they will really do well, at least today, if not longer. So watch out for example, Interglobe Aviation could do well. Or think of aviation and think of maybe even GMR Airports could do well. Watch out for HPCL. That one was beaten down and could do well. So paint companies, etc. So that's the set of names that you really want to keep an eye out for. Watch out for the listing of the Vedanta subsidiaries. It's a very spoken about topic. Now, here's the names that you ought to keep in mind and the potential listing prices as per what brokerages have said. So, Vedanta Aluminum could list at circa maybe 500 rupees a share. The views on the next two, which is Vedanta Power and Vedanta Oil and Gas, are kind of very skewed. But Vedanta Power, broadly, from whatever little I saw of the published notes from brokerages, the listing price estimate could be between 50 and 55 rupees a share. Vedanta Oil and Gas could be estimated to list at about 30 to 35 rupees a share. Sorry, not 15, 30 to 35 rupees a share. And Vedanta Steel expected to list at about 10 to 15 rupees a share. So these are the listing prices. Now, what is it that smart money is saying? They are looking to stay invested in aluminum and potentially steel if the prices have not rallied too much from these expected prices or thereabouts. You might actually see some bit of selling coming into the other two. So please bear that in mind. However, for whoever really invested into Vedanta on the back of the demerger, I think the gains are there for everybody to see, so which is actually a good thing. Last but not the least is RBL Bank. It's appointed Bhavin Lakhpatwala as the CFO with effect from June 12th, 2026. Lakhpatwala was a part of the CFO leadership team at HDFC Bank. So suffice to say, some more positives for RBL in addition to the fact that banks are anyways looking okay. Time for a short break. On the other side, we'll discuss your trade strategy for the day. It promises to be a very interesting session and a very interesting week. Stay tuned. You don't want to miss a second of this broadcast.
This is where the future shows up first. Conversations with the biggest names in tech and AI. Putting tech through its paces. No fancy jargon or spec sheets, just what matters. If it's shaping the future, you'll see it here first. The Tesla Model Y. This is Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews across the NDTV network.
When you say that 15.5 lakh crore is correct and the SEBI has only found 3,000 crore, that's over 90% error right there.
The 15.5 lakh crore revenue which has come in 4 years is perfectly correct. It is not a processing unit, it is a refining and selling unit.
SEBI spoke to Affluence and Affluence told them that they have not recorded a single trade with you, that Rajesh Exports is not a client of Affluence. So where is that 11,000 crores coming from?
The trade is absolutely correct. We have given all the required clarifications to SEBI in this regard.
You're directly saying that SEBI's finding is wrong. They found that certain numbers of trades have been done from your personal account.
I am not telling SEBI's finding is wrong because there has been no finding as yet.
Mr. Mehta, you've still not answered the question.
SEBI has considered the gross profit as the revenue for whatever reason, has thought that that is revenue.
But how can a communication error last 2.5 years?
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit. He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to. Get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company, weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairing a meeting of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV.
Welcome back. You're watching India Market Open, and the question is, how far will you go at the start today? The indicative opening is pointing to a 300 plus point gain for the Nifty 50 at the start. The question is, how far will it go beyond that? We've got Parag Thakkar as well as Kush Bora in the studios, as we normally do. And gentlemen, I'm surprised that I'm not seeing all of your teeth today. So if you want to showcase them, you can. Kush, the question first to you. Good morning. And where do you see this going, specifically on the Bank Nifty as well?
That's the index to watch for, isn't it? It has been for the last few sessions. But first up, a very good morning, guys. And just a quick question. Is it done?
No.
The peace deal?
No.
Are we sure?
Yeah. It's not done.
Look at the kind of confidence everyone has, even when both the parties this time around have put out words that saying, it's a done deal, right? So until, I think you were also mentioning, unless it is signed, we can never be too
the
sure.
heart is saying it is done, the mind is saying it is not done. That's where the confusion is right now.
Heart to 2.5 months se bol raha tha. 3 mahine nikal gaye, but you're right. We want all of this wanted mainly for the humanitarian reasons, and of course, then followed by the market reasons for this to get over as soon as it started. Perhaps not even started in the first place. But yeah, the markets are celebrating that it is a done deal. In all probability, it looks like it is. At least the crude, which matters a lot for Indian economies, is also saying that below $80-85 now, $90 to $85 now, for the first time since the war started. A huge positive. I think amongst all this from here on, what do we do now? My suggestion, let sanity prevail. Just because the deal is done and everything now at least looks like a relief, we don't really have to necessarily go out and buy. In fact, if you recall, Friday I said that, you have to book partial profits, hold the rest, today is the day when you book out the rest of it as well, at least from a near-term perspective, if you bought it from lower levels. Yes, structurally things might turn better, but for now, 24,000 being the major resistance, other one coming at 24,200 with the 100 DMA, and then even at around the 200 DMA, which is slightly above the 24,000 mark, there will be resistances. Tide is looking positive, risk-reward ratio not favorable for buying at these levels.
So, no, wait a minute, Kush. In fact, I was going to ask you that why would you not buy 300 points higher? You are saying you will actually book profits 300 points higher.
Absolutely.
On the bank nifty as well.
We'll come to that in just a bit, but yes, the short answer to that is yes, because if you've traded and if you've bought it at lower levels, right, in the last 10-15 odd sessions, itna acha profit mil raha hai. See, now I think a lot of reality check will come in where I think even Parag bhai might weigh in and say ki, अब quarterly results का क्या होगा, and I'm preempting here, quarterly results का क्या होगा will come to fore. Right now what you will see is FII is booking those short covering trades very fiercely, but does it have enough steam to go beyond 24,000 and for the risk reward ratio to be favorable? I have my doubts.
No, so just one thing here, I'll tell you what quarterly results का क्या होगा.
Sure.
If this were to stay true, if this peace deal were to stay true, Q1 will be impacted. The point will be that people will say, forget the results. Look at the commentary. Our management saying that yes, Q1 was impacted because it is known, but now that crude prices are lower, supply costs are lower, our Q2, Q3 numbers will start looking okay. So I think the market mood will now shift there, Kush.
Because, and that's just to add to what you're saying and weigh in as well, if this is what you're saying, there was a lot of divisiveness about the earnings projections for FY27. Some people had projected that there would be a long drawn conflict. Q2, Q3 might also be impacted. So some of that will be rolled back.
Yeah. No, but a lot of managements have come out and said that Q1 and Q2 will be impacted. So I think that first half of FY27 is something that the markets will already price in now.
Yeah, but Hiral, think of it this way, right? If I'm a management, I'm not going to come and say only Q1 is impacted, Q2 is not, because I do not have a window of when the conflict is ending. Now, if the window is ending, I think it'll be interesting to see what the commentary is like in the month of July. So I think that is important. Sorry, this is the optimistic me.
No, I like this. I love it when a technical analyst sparks a fundamental debate. So absolutely love that. No, but from a very near-term perspective, like I said, 24,000 is a resistance. We might see some headwinds there. Risk-reward ratio is not favorable for a near-term trade, right? That's also a point. Also, PCR at 1.41. So there are a few things that will act as near-term resistances and headwinds from a technical standpoint. So like I said, if you have a position, if you booked partially on Friday, today is the day when you book out completely. Bank Nifty, this is a structural story. This is structurally much better placed. 200 DMA close to the 57,000 mark. In all likelihood, that will be conquered today on closing basis as well. Here too, if you have a position, you should book out and take a buy on dips approach on Bank Nifty. Closer to these levels, once again, if you get it, it's a good idea to re-enter. But today is a day for a trader when you go out and actually book profits, even on a lot of stocks, rather than actually build afresh.
By the way, just
Gift Nifty
data.
has just hit 24,000 right now.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, but just data, and Alex might like it, 28 years of data. In the year of the FIFA World Cup, the Sensex is up. Average FIFA year returns for the Sensex are 17% from the time FIFA starts.
Not bad. Yeah, this is very interesting.
Yeah, so well.
Not bad.
And this is data. There's nothing, no sentiment, etc. But
just before we go ahead, if time permits during the show, if time permits during the show, I would like to discuss something that you put out on Instagram. Or at least on all social media feeds. That is something
I
today might not be the best day, or maybe it just might be, but something that I want to discuss. We'll get to that. Now, as far as picks go, being Monday today, the weekly pick, Markson's Pharma. Now, if you'll recall, we had discussed this about 3 or 4 weeks ago. As a weekly pick for second target of 225, did fabulously well. Hit the second target within the next couple of days itself of giving that call. Even now, the momentum remains. Whatever profit booking had to came in, and then the stocks now again starting to see an upward momentum. So 262, 274 near-term targets. 242 is where you keep that stop loss. Seagull India, this is the next one. We've seen a lot of traction in this entire space, by the way. So Seagull India for targets of 385, 393 with a stop loss at the 369 mark. And the third one is Shriram Pistons. The targets for this one, 3595, 3690, and a stop loss at 3405.
Okay. By the way, it is on Neeraj's radar, and it's quite an interesting piece. It has gone viral, so you should check it out as well. But Parag bhai, I see the big smile on your face. But having said that, what would the portfolio positioning be at this point? Because seemingly, and we've been hearing this through the morning, I guess to a certain extent what Kush was saying is absolutely right. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me, right? So you will wait till the actual deal is done for Brent to fall to 70, maybe 65, and then you will be happy, right?
No, see, luckily by God's grace, I have very less cash in the portfolio. So I am also not looking to buy anything fresh even at this. Even I am not bought on Friday also.
But you like selling, right? On
yeah. But I would say that in my portfolio, for example, as I keep saying, ICICI Bank, Kotak Bank, Bajaj Finance, Bajaj Finserv kind of stocks, NBFCs. So banks, NBFCs or Grasim, JSW kind of stocks. This I am not looking to sell, even if they go up today. This is, and just to get back on your quarterly result thing. For example, in banks or like ICICI Bank or Kotak Bank or in NBFC like Bajaj Finance or AB Capital, whatever, there the biggest worry was that if this continues, the asset quality problem will start to happen in second or third quarter because people will start to default. Right? That is not going to happen if this stops. So for banking and NBFCs, I am structurally really more constructive, and there I would like to book profits at least 7-8% higher than current prices in few of the stocks only. ICICI Bank remains core holding and Kotak Bank remains core holding, but I would say that tactically, if suppose I decide to sell also, it will be one or two stocks, and that too minimum 7-10% higher than the current prices.
Parag, would you buy crude sensitives? Is the question.
Exactly.
So I already have, for example, Pidilite, for example, Marico. Indigo I don't have, but Indigo has gone up a lot and it will go up today also. But I would say that, so FMCG, crude oil derivatives, crude oil sensitives I have. But
what
others I don't have.
Will you buy them today?
So no, I don't have cash. You give me cash.
If you had cash, would you buy them today? Is the question.
Yeah, should be. OMC should do well. Indigo should do well. Asian Paints, of course, that I have. Asian Paints, Pidilite I have. But
FMCG company.
But FMCG, yeah.
Are you worried with this Nestle thing or no?
No, I think the company has denied, right? So I would go with the company. Of course, I don't have it in the portfolio and I regret for it, but yeah, that is the view.
So Vedanta is going to be something to watch today as well, and Neeraj pointed out why, but let's get into some of the details there. The demerger will see the listing of 4 new entities today. What should shareholders know and how will it impact the company? Listen in to Sharad. Sharad's joining in with some of the details that you should pay attention to. Sharad, what are you picking up?
Well, as a shareholder for Vedanta, this is a very important day today. Remember, 4 entities will be getting listed, and these 4 arms include the oil and gas, power, aluminium, metal, and the iron and steel segment. But what happens today, this is very much important to understand. Initially, all these stocks will be placed in the trade-to-trade segment, and every transaction will have a compulsory delivery. That means this will be applicable for the first trading sessions, for the first 10 trading sessions. Earlier, of course, the merger plan was approved on 1st May, and each shareholder was given 1 equity share for 1 arm. But what's the expected fair value? That's pretty much interesting, and we compiled some of the lists from the brokerages for the Vedanta aluminium metal business. It's ranging between 450 to 480 for Vedanta. The current market price 307 to 309. Power is between 40 to 50 rupees face value. I mean to say the fair value, and the oil and gas is also between 41 to 48, and the lower side is iron and steel arm between 17 to 23 rupees. But what are the key expectations looking like? And Nuvama expects that Vedanta and Vedanta Aluminium are likely to remain as a large cap category stock, while Vedanta Power, Oil, Gas and Vedanta Steel Iron will list as a small cap stocks. More DI flows are expected for Vedanta and Vedanta Aluminium as per Nuvama.
Thank you, Sharad, for that. In fact, Parag bhai, a question with you in terms of the demerger. Now we have, aluminium that gets listed as well. How would you expect already investor who's invested in Vedanta to actually trade this entire demerger?
So I would say that I don't hold Vedanta, but my understanding is that the biggest piece is aluminium piece. I think the fair value of aluminium piece should be around 450 to 500 rupees. And of course that can open at some discount to that. But I would say that with aluminium at 3,540 and now dollar index also retreating, and Vedanta's capacity is so huge in aluminium, I think that will be the biggest value driver going ahead.
So if it opens at a discount to the fair value, would you be a buyer?
Significant discount, then yes. Significant discount, then yes. 25% discount.
25% discount to fair value is when you're saying you would be a buyer as well. I don't know if I should actually take a question with Kush on the charts on this one right now. But, you know, another space that we should be talking about is the note that UBS has come up with on metals. They've initiated a buy on Hindalco, target price of 1325. Nalco, Coal India, Jindal Steel, Tata Steel and JSW Steel. In fact, all of the metal names, there is an initiation report coming in. And what they've indicated is that it is a mix of positive cyclical momentum and a structural caution that is coming in. And the sector is poised for earnings growth, but the valuations do make them selective. In terms of aluminium, what they are favorable, what they're saying is that the macros are favorable and the operating leverage is not fully priced in. In terms of steel companies, they have a cautious view given the limited upside to realizations or valuations. And in terms of coal, they're saying that it as a structural beneficiary of India's growing energy demand. NMDC faces headwinds from potential execution challenges and flattish iron ore pricing. Kush, from the metal names as well, anything that you like? Because as UBS is indicating, it's a pretty mixed view coming in there now.
Mixed view in terms of at least the volatility, I can agree. Correct. For me, metals has been a buy on dips opportunity. Now, every time there's a big gash on, a lot of these stocks. One, largely it is profit booking. Two, it is most likely due to some global traction or global reasons. And then you see, the uptrend resume. Ever since COVID, I think this pack has been a rank outperformer and nothing to suggest that structurally that is changing. So for me, like I said, metals remain a buy on dips story. What do I like in these in particular? Among the other names that were discussed, Lloyd's Metal is something that is actually doing very well, consolidating, positive bias, volume action also very healthy. So I would focus on Lloyd Metals. Other than that, you could also look at SAIL. There is a support at the 50-day moving average that the stock has taken. Mild rebound on Friday, but this could turn into a big bounce. So keep some of these stocks on your name. Like I said, metal is a structural story. Every big gash should be taken as a buy on dips opportunity near support levels.
Okay. Well, watch out for a lot of other names in this session. Like, I think principally people should focus on things that benefit out of the Strait of Hormuz opening up and oil prices going down. That is the key thing. And the first pieces of action from a trading perspective should be on those. Now, it depends on how much is getting discounted immediately by 908 and how much is still left. But there are individual stories which could actually be very good, right? Gravita, for example, 10% odd lead volume was stuck due to the Strait of Hormuz closure. People don't talk about that too much, so keep that in mind. Then there are some brokerage notes which you want to keep an eye out for. And I think Nomura has a note on Adani Port, so that is an interesting one. They've maintained a buy. They've hiked the target price to 2080 from 1850. They say it remains well poised to capitalize on favorable industry tailwinds. Management expects healthy revenue EBITDA CAGR as well, so that is interesting. UBS has a note on Lenskart, initiation of a buy with a target price of 730 versus a current price. Let's get the Lenskart thing versus a current price of 494. So. And they say that it's an industry disruptor, or its products, etc., at nearly half the price. So many brokerage notes out there as well. Both the stocks where Parag Thakkar, I believe, has a favorable view. Parag bhai, Lenskart is one of the few businesses that you have been constructive on.
Yes. One of the very few businesses in the new age.
But my question is, the conflict ending may not necessarily be beneficial for Lenskart, but could be beneficial for Adani Ports because of the traffic resumption and so on and so forth.
Yes.
Is this something that you might want to? By the way, standard disclaimer, Adani Group owns NDTV.
Yeah, definitely. Adani Ports is fantastic asset. And now with the improving market outlook and, as you rightly said, with Strait of Hormuz opening and the logistic congestion getting resolved, I think it will do even well. It has done very well in last quarter also, in fact.
Got it.
Okay, on the charts though, it's made substantial gains this year. 20, 25, 30%, right?
Yeah, rank outperformer. Even when the rest of the group was consolidating, this was the one that it was just doing its own thing, right? Flying quite high. 1300 was the low that it made, late March, and then from there on, one-way rally. Like I said, I've given up hopes of any kind of major dips in some of these names, the Adani Group packs in the, in the coming future. So I would actually buy them in the consolidation phase, which Adani Ports is in right now. Considerable consolidation near the 20-day moving average. Even if you enter now, keep your stop losses near the 1750, 1775 support zone, which it has been respecting for a while.
Got it. Okay. All right. We were talking about the consumer stocks that could benefit from lower crude oil prices. Remember, this entire cohort was under a little bit of a cloud because there was a worry that passing on of prices would lead to an impact on volumes. But let's bring in Mahima to talk about the key beneficiaries and what changes for this group of stocks. Mahima?
Right, so there are four different buckets where, because of crude prices going down after this entire, announcement of US-Iran peace deal will benefit. The first one being, of course, the paints and the adhesives bucket where, it has a direct play of crude as well as VAM prices. So Asian Paints, Pidilite, Berger, etc. will benefit. The second one is the palm oil play where you have a lot of FMCG names like HUL, Godrej Consumer, Bajaj Consumer, Marico, etc. benefiting from this. Also food companies like Nestle, Britannia, BKG will also benefit from lower palm oil prices. The third one is the Middle East business part where Dabur and Imami have slightly higher exposure. The last 3-4 months they've seen some impact coming in from that business, and that's why overall this could see some cool off going forward, or almost 6% of consolidated business comes from Middle East. The other part is the Alco-Bev companies because we've seen rise in glass as well as PET prices, and because of that these companies have gotten impacted. Plus they did not have the pricing power because they needed approval from state to take those price hikes. So that is going to go away and will impact positively this group of stocks, that is alcohol beverage stocks, and other of course consumer companies, because packaging costs will also go down because of PET prices going down. PET, HDP, etc. will go down, and all of this will have an overall impact on the entire consumer pack. So this is plus of course with lower fuel prices, freight prices will also go down, and that will also have a secondary positive impact on all of these consumer names. So this is the overall view of how this could have an impact on the entire consumption space.
Thank you, Mahima, for that. Interesting names to discuss as well. But we'll quickly slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll take a view from Parag Bhai and Kush Bora on what actually fits in from this consumer basket as well. Please stay tuned.
This is where the future shows up first. Conversations with the biggest names in tech and AI. Putting tech through its paces. No fancy jargon or spec sheets, just what matters. If it's shaping the future, you'll see it here first. The Tesla Model Y. This is Tech 360, real talk, real reviews across the NDTV network.
When you say that 15.5 lakh crore is correct and the SEBI has only found 3,000 crore, that's over 90% error right there.
The 15.5 lakh crore revenue which has come in 4 years is perfectly correct. It is not a processing unit, it is a refining and selling unit.
SEBI spoke to Affluence, and Affluence told them that they have not recorded a single trade with you, that Rajesh Exports is not a client of Affluence. So where is that 11,000 crores coming from?
The trade is absolutely correct. We have given all the required clarifications to SEBI in this regard.
You're directly saying that SEBI's finding is wrong. They found that certain numbers of trades have been done from your personal account.
I am not telling SEBI's finding is wrong because there has been no finding as yet.
Mr. Mehta, you've still not answered the question.
SEBI has considered the gross profit as the revenue for whatever reason. Has thought that that is revenue.
But how can a communication error last 2.5 years?
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit. He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairing a committee of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers,
Welcome back to India Market Open on NDTV Profit. Let's quickly just look at implied open as we speak right now. 325 points above that 24,000 mark. So that is going to be the interesting side of it. But let's take you from where we left off before the break. We were talking about the consumption play, which could be beneficiaries, in terms of crude settling down. Parag bhai, we've spoken about sectors across consumption as a pack in terms of FMCG, auto. Again, auto and could be beneficiaries as well.
Yes.
If you have to look at that side of the play right now, with crude below that $85 per barrel mark, how are you looking at the setup then?
So basically, I already own. So for example, I'm already, when crude was actually rising, and that time I was on studio only, and I said that you have to buy that during those times when crude oil is rising. And that's why you could have bought Pidilite or Asian Paints at a lower price, right? Now with auto, for example, now with the fear of petrol and diesel further price hikes getting reduced, I think auto should also do well. There my top pick remains Bajaj Auto. As I said, 21 times FY28 earnings and buyback at 20% above current market price, and promoter is not participating. And exports and EV are the key drivers, I would say. EV already in electric three-wheelers, they are seeing a phenomenal growth. It is selling 10,000 units per month and it is more profitable than ICE engine on a value per EBITDA per vehicle. And that is where they are seeing a fantastic growth.
Okay.
Plus exports is booming, and Maruti kind of stock which has fallen and not gone up because of margin pressure and petrol diesel price hikes.
Okay, pull up the benchmarks because the pre-open session has started, and by the way, the rupee now well below the 95 mark at 94.7. That is open to 24,000 taken out seemingly at the start, and I wonder whether that will be the case at 9:15 as well. Watch out for that. Individual stocks that are in focus, no surprises. The stock that is flying higher than anybody else at this point is Interglobe Aviation, up as much as 9%, 8% or thereabouts. There you go. It's above 5,000 and rising from this point. By the way, the conversation on ethanol, which we will have today, is important. Keep an eye on Praj Industries because that stock is up about 5% or so in trade. Remember, it's been off and on from a fundamental standpoint, and whether the earnings upcycle takes off from this point because of the changes that have taken place in the ethanol policy is one to watch out for. Advent Hotels, ICICI Prudential Life Insurance, these are stocks that perhaps will settle down. IFCI also doing okay. Campus Activewear is also up and about. Not too many losers. Among them, IndusInd Bank looks like it's going to have a bit of a weak start. But we've got Rajesh Palvia, Senior Vice President, Technical and Derivatives Research at Axis Securities, joining us as well. Rajesh, very good morning to you. It was a suggestion by Kush, who's sitting with us in studio, that maybe today you can look for opportunities to book profits if you manage to get in a little earlier. Would you do so, or would you initiate fresh in certain names today?
No, so looking at the gap up opening based on the GIFT Nifty indication, I think if it crosses about 23,800, 900 mark, I think another round of short covering action would trigger in the market, as major call writers was at 23,800 and 24,000. So they are forced to cover their position, which could take Nifty further higher. The broader market is giving a sense that confidence is there in the broader market, and I think continuity of uptrend would be there. So instead of booking profit, yes, we do have a bullish view on banking and financial here. There are many opportunity in the PSU banking basket, as well as automobile is also looking attractive. So yes, we will initiate further long position in this sector, as well as pharma is another. Pharma and healthcare is another sector where we could see some opportunity in the despite gap up opening also. So many stocks are available where we may see a fresh buying action to trigger. So 24,200 would be the next level if we sustain about 23,800 after this gap up opening. So that's the view at this moment for the market. Bank Nifty may extend gain. So here we believe that we could see a good rally in banking stock, as Bank Nifty has already managed to give breakout on the near term short term chart. So possible up move towards 57,500, even 58,000 we could see for Bank Nifty also if he trades above 56,800, 56,900 mark.
Okay, so Rajesh, good morning. Hira, what would your topics be taking into consideration the gap up opening that we are expecting?
So from banking basket, I think Bank of Baroda, one can look to buy here. We could see a upward target of 285 to 290. One can deploy some long trade here with stop loss of 272. On the other hand, from automobile space, Samvardhana Motherson is looking promising. Stock structure is very stable in this kind of volatility, and I think here there is a upside potential of 152 to 158 on a positional perspective. So Samvardhana Motherson is buy with stop loss of 139.
Those are the individual stocks to watch out for. Pull up the USD INR pair though. This is something to watch very closely. You've probably seen some flashes on the screen, but 46 paise appreciation at the start and now heading towards that 94 half level. Anindya Banerjee, Senior Vice President, Currency and Commodities Research at Kotak Securities, joining us on the phone line. Anindya, this seemed almost impossible even 7 or 10 days back. What would you say about the moves that you're seeing in the currency, and do you anticipate it will move even further on the upside?
Very good morning. Thank you for having me. Actually, we can say that over the last couple of weeks, things went from completely against the rupee to in favor of the rupee, because after the RBI bazooka, which they announced in the last monetary policy regarding the flows and the FPI taxation, I think what was missing was this resolution in West Asia, and it seems that we are heading towards there. So if the Hormuz traffic improves and the oil prices come down towards $70, I think we could see a gush of inflows into the rupee through FCNRB and through the ECB, as well as into the debt market. So that can be quite positive for the rupee, and we could see further appreciation towards 93 or even 92 half levels.
Okay, Anindya, good morning. So 92.5 is what you're eyeing. Any time period that you have in sight?
The RBI has given a deadline of around end of September for the short-term flows to come in. So I think over the next 2-3 months could be the window.
Okay, so an interesting window that we should be watching out for. But thank you, Anindya, so much for speaking to us as well. But interesting moves coming in terms of the rupee as well. You have Nifty above the 24,000 mark in pre-open as we speak. But moving on to our big brokerage call for the day. Macquarie is initiating an outperform on GMR Airports. Sharad joins in with more details and the rationale. Sharad, good morning. Stock, at least in pre-open, is up a little over 3%. What are you picking up?
Good morning, Hiral. Now the domestic broking houses are turning bullish when it comes to asset heavy or hard assets as we call it. And Macquarie has come out with a report on GMR Airports with an initiate outperformance rating, and the target price is at 125 rupees per share. That's around 15 to 20% of upside potential from the current prices. Now they have stated that GMR's India's gateway airports are embedded with premium travel consumption. Whenever we speak about premium travel consumption, there is a non-aero segment also attached to it. Now, the captive passenger ecosystem that's expected to drive the passenger spends through retail, duty-free and integrated monetization as well. And that is where the bullishness of this broking house comes in. It has a large land bank on the balance sheet which offers upside through commercial development and also an ecosystem expansion. And that is why Macquarie is bullish on GMR Airports.
Got it. Okay. All right. So on the airports piece, Parag bhai, do you have any opinion on this? The stock is up as much as 3%. And so from the airport side, you would look at this one as well as Adani Enterprises because it has the airports business.
Yeah,
right?
so we discussed Adani Enterprise due to the same reason at around 1850. It has gone up significantly after that. I think Adani's airport business is far more, I would say, the business which I would like to own.
Not GMR Airports.
So GMR, I don't have it in the portfolio. I have not evaluated it.
Okay, you haven't evaluated it. Okay, fine. But GMR Airports, remember 2 brokerage notes. I think Jefferies too has a target of close to 125 or thereabouts. So therefore, certainly watch out for that. As the pre-open rates settle down, HPCL should come up on your screen. Let's see what Interglobe Aviation is settling down at. That's the other one that you want to keep an eye out for. Indigo, just about 2.3%, so not really dramatic. A big rara open. Let's see if this changes. And then watch out for some of those FMCG names in the paint companies. Paint, tire, etc. I think that whole cohort benefits. Maybe autos too benefit as a result of this. So keep an eye out for this. To Kush Bora and then to Parag Thakkar. Kush, the tire companies, right? Seat, Balkrishna, MRF, etc. Is there any trade here at the prices at 908?
I think amongst the crude sensitives, tires will be one of the first to react and maybe also to have a sustained rally. They've had a fantastic run. They've seen a sharp round of profit booking, and now things turning positive, at least from the crude perspective. JK Tyre and Seat, these are the two that are on my name. There were already positive divergences on both of these up until Thursday and Friday as well. So the trade was starting to look good, and this is a very, very favorable risk reward ratio from these levels as well. So JK Tyre is something that I would focus on. Positional stop near 365, and on the way up you're looking at targets of 415 and even 440 plus kind of levels. Seat, very similar structure technically. So 3200 is your stop loss, and on the way up look for 3625, and once that is taken out, even 3800. So JK and Seat, these are the two that I would pick positionally too.
Okay, Rajesh, on the oil sensitives, what do you like more? Kush has chosen tire companies. Do you like the tire names? Do you like something else? It could be OMCs, it could be aviation, it could be paints, whatever.
Pidilite is looking attractive. Stock already broken out its multiple supply zone in the previous week itself. And looking at the breakout on the weekly chart, we do hold our bullish view with a stop loss of 1500. Possible upside towards 1600 to 1620 we could see for Pidilite. So here one can bet on by this, oil prices are cooling down.
Okay, and a warm welcome to the viewers on the NDTV network as well. What we are trying to do today, folks, is try and assess the impact of the peace deal announcements that have been made by all the parties. It started with the Pakistani PM doing it on X, and then Donald Trump confirming that, yes, there is a peace deal. It's been done by the Iran state media as well, so and Qatar too. So all parties involved out here have backed this peace deal, as a result of which crude prices have come off. Global markets are higher. Indian markets look like starting off well. The pre-open rates, as they've settled down, 0.2 or 1.5% open higher. Our guests, which is Kush Bora and Rajesh Palve, have said that they would like to play the crude oil price coming off beneficiaries. So Kush is playing them via the tire companies. Rajesh just mentioned some of the ideas. One of them that he mentioned was Pidilite. Parag Thakkar, our fundamental expert, with us still. Parag bhai. And in a bit, by the way, we'll be joined by Sameer Arora of Helios as well, so you want to keep an eye out for that. Parag bhai, how would you play this crude prices coming off theme now.
So crude oil sensitives, as I mentioned, Indigo is the biggest beneficiary, Indigo and OMCs,
But
followed
is it,
by...
just so that our viewers understand, is this, so please mention it from the perspective of whether this is already in the price or not.
No, so tire definitely it is not there in the price. Tire definitely, it is, Indigo also, I think it is not there in the price. It is partially there in the price. Then, of course, Pidilite, Asian Paints, Berger Paints, those stocks, where also again it is partially in the price. And basically auto, like Maruti's and Bajaj Autos of the world, there it is not in the price. And banks and NBFCs, of course, we don't take it as a crude oil beneficiaries, but because this conflict has ended and the NPA issues will not come back. So all banks and NBFCs which are doing prudent lending will be a big beneficiary, which I think will be evident in the results.
The rupee coming off very substantially, and that's the other piece as well, right? So keep an eye on the USD INR. It is now at 94.6. Does that have any bearing on fundamentals for companies? For example, IT, there would have been a tailwind from that depreciation that goes away.
It will see, anyway, IT stocks have not gone up because when rupee was depreciating, right? So it's okay. But I would say that...
And exporters also then?
See, I'll tell you, the biggest beneficiary today, at least today or from here on, it will be domestic cyclicals, right? Who are using imported stuff, like Pidilite is using imported stuff. And that that material itself, VAM prices have dropped and rupee is also going to appreciate. So up till now, after 28th February, West Asia war conflict started, whatever was suffering, that suffering will go away. Okay. Now you have to figure out whether it is in the price or not already.
Okay. You know, one stock I want to talk about is Praj Industries, indicating an up move today, and this is on the back of the commentary that we've heard from Nitin Gadkari on 100% ethanol as well. On the charts, very quickly, Kush, Praj Industries.
Not a pretty picture, has seen selling pressure, lower high, lower low formations. But yes, even if you do get close to 360, 365 kind of levels, after opening and sustains there, you're better off booking profits.
Okay. Then if I had to nail it down to one top idea, 5 seconds each from both our technical experts. Kush Bora, to you first, your top idea for the day today.
Marksans Pharma, 262, 274 targets, 242 stop loss.
Marksans Pharma. Kush Bora is recommending a trade in Marksans Pharma. Rajesh Palvia, 5 seconds. Your top idea.
RBL Bank for target of 380, stop loss 362.
Okay, viewers, I hope you heard that. RBL Bank, Marksans Pharma. These are the top 2 ideas from our experts. Here's how the markets are starting off the first day of the week, and with a big bump up, 370 points higher for the Nifty 50. The advanced decline ratio, viewers, as you can see, 1,947 stocks advancing to just 105 declining, which means that the mid caps and the small caps too are doing very well. 1.5% for the mid cap index. I presume the small cap index too would be starting over with similar fervor. 1.8% higher. Maybe IT is a bit soft, but I don't think that matters too much today. You want to look at the gainers. IT2 is, by the way, up about 1% or thereabouts, not as much. Let's get the heat map up on the screen. Is it an all green? No, there is some red. So yes, ONGC would be in the red simply because oil prices have come off, but a lot of green on the screen. So let's try and talk about that. Shriram Finance, it typically tends to do well when the markets does well and vice versa. Starting off 5% higher. Interglobe Aviation, no surprise, is up 4%. I think the entire aviation pack benefits because of lower crude prices. Again, cement benefits. Ultratech is up 3.7%. In fact, now eclipsing Indigo, if you will. Bajaj Finance, Larsen & Toubro, Middle Eastern resolution means very positive for a Larsen & Toubro, for example. There is Tata Motors PV, Eternal, Geo Financial, Maruti, Asian Paints. I think a lot of these crude beneficiaries will benefit. HDFC Bank too is in the green today, by the way, a top idea for a lot of traders. So as I get in Alex here, well, it seems that it is all green or all positive, and rate sensitives and crude sensitives, Alex, would be in the thick of things. Indigo is now up a full 4%.
Yeah, absolutely. I would watch for some of the heavyweights and whether they hold on, because that's going to be critical, and for the Nifty Bank as well. If an HDFC Bank is doing well, then you can assume that the Bank Nifty is also going to be doing well. So pull up the Bank Nifty and see where it's at right now. I would think that it's doing okay. 1.6% in holding, 1.7% or thereabouts. This is going to be a critical index for you to track. In fact, let's look at the broader markets. We did take a look at some of this, but let's see if it's holding out. You have the mid-cap index up about 1.5% and the small-cap index 1.7%. So pull up the sectoral heat map as well. I would think that it would largely be green. There would be just about a couple of pockets of red. Pharma Let's get that out of the way. This is probably on account of Sun Pharmaceuticals and a couple of others that are not doing particularly well. Healthcare is as a pack down about just 0.1%, not too much though. What is gaining? Realty. Now, this is frankly, over the course of this conflict, become a little bit of a barometer for sentiment in the equity markets, because when equity markets turn to the positive, you can be sure that the realty index as a whole will start performing as well. The next 50 is up, auto is doing okay. Auto as a pack, remember, is going to benefit from lower crude oil prices. That was the one overhang, as well as commodity prices going up as well. Consumer durables as a pack doing okay. PSU Bank is good. So it's broadly a good screen at the start today. The question is, do we hold on? And are there individual counters that are doing particularly better than what we've seen on the screen as well? Let's take a look at that. Let's pull up the crude sensitive, because those are front and center today. Something like a Pidilite, something like an Asian Paints, both up about 2% or thereabouts. The entire paint basket is going to be doing well. Berger Paints gaining about 3.5% or so. Also pull up SIAT, MRF. These are tire companies that will be up and about. Remember that a significant cost comes through on the back of rubber, and there is crude sensitivity with regard to carbon black as well. Because if carbon black prices go down, the input costs go down, it's positive for an MRF as well as a SIAT and the others as well. Look up Balkrishna Industries as well. Interglobe Aviation, you saw that in the benchmark Nifty 50 up and about. What else is happening today? Aditya Birla Capital, there's an equity infusion of 4,000 crore rupees that is planned. The stock is up about 3%. Oswal Pumps has bagged a 250 odd crore order. So on the back of that, it's up and about as much as 6% in trade today. NLC India has been named preferred bidder for a strategic mineral block. It's up about 1.3% or thereabouts. Sugar stocks. Now, this entire pack, this entire cohort of stocks has been doing well. And Praj Industries. Remember, Praj Industries sets up capacity for ethanol production. So they build the boilers. And so if there's more capacity that is expected, with Mr. Nitin Gadkari talking about a higher blending or high utilization of ethanol, that's certainly something to watch out for. Sugar stocks as well, Balrampur, Chini, etc. These are stocks that you should watch out for. I wonder if they're moving. Pull that up. It's up about 3% or thereabouts. Watch out for this cohort. Misho, there's a small acquisition that they've done. We spoke about the implications of this Kirana store or Kirana club. It's up about 1% or so. Ather Energy, the board has approved a fundraise of over 2,000 crore rupees, 2,500, not doing much. SEPC has won an order, 673 crore rupees. It was up over 11% on Friday. It's building on those gains and a further 11% today. NRB Bearings and finally Aurobindo Pharma. So NRB Bearings first is up about 2% on the back of a reduction in the promoter pledge, and Oro Pharma was expected to start lower. This is on account of an OAI tagging. Basically, it's negative for this particular facility where the US FDA has come in and tagged it as OAI.
You know, interesting developments on individual stocks. You have CV stocks also, which are buzzing in trade as we speak. But the way the market has opened up right now, I think not a better day that we could have found. Samir Arora, founder and fund manager at Helios Capital, joins in. Samir, good morning. Hiral on this side. You know, an interesting tweet that I read that you put out as well, where you've asked everyone to find any new negatives before Indian markets open up. I don't think so anyone could find anything there. But how are you looking at the peace deal now? I know we've been talking about it. Couple of days away from the papers to be signed. 19th is what you're looking at. But initial comments.
No, initial comments are that I believe for a few days that, for maybe 3-4 weeks, that President Trump was very keen in getting out of this in some form or the other. And right now, we don't care what that form is as long as it is over and oil can flow. So I believe that this will be done. And I was only making fun of people who keep finding new excuses that you better find some new ones now if you want to be bearish.
Absolutely, Samir. So therefore, there are a lot of comments that have come through over the course of the conflict so far, particularly in the last week, where mutual fund investors, SIP investors have been questioned about why have you continued to provide an exit to foreign institutions. That, for now at least, that goes out of the window, right?
that can go away in 2 weeks, because all you need is a 8-10% move. Like it's already 5% in 2 days from Friday to 3% on today, particularly in dollar. And then every number will change, because if the market goes up, say 10%, of which 5 has happened in 2 days, including the currency strengthening, then your 1 year number goes up by 10%, your 2 year number goes up by 5%, and that will beat anything else you could have done. Even if you think that the past 2 year numbers are sort of in line with the index, with the fixed deposit or something else. So all this shows is that broadly, actually the Indian market did not do very badly last 1 or 2 years. Considering that the previous years were good, what made it painful for everybody was that Korea has done very well and Taiwan has done very well. In itself, 3-4% down, 5% down this year, or whatever it was before today, is not the end of the world. But if you see Korea up 90%, it makes everybody upset. Except that the world also did not have enough in Korea. This year, FI sold $70 billion till Friday in Korea. It is not that people put in new money quickly, took it out of India, put it there and made lots of money. This was all investment that they had done previously. By the way, even last year was negative FI flows into Korea. So nobody's saying that there, because everything is, according to me, all explained in the world by one line, and it is called the halo effect. When a fund manager has done well and now does badly, you will say, no, he's a deep thinker. He buys only value. He only buys when there's a correction. And if for 2 years he does badly, they will say he's clueless. Everybody knew what had to be done. The world knew what had to be done. Even Twitter people knew what had to be done. So it's all halo effect. Today, India is having a negative halo effect. Everything is wrong. You make the market go up 10%, and they will say it has bottomed out. India has learned along the way. They did this NRI deal. I think on the NRI deal, they better give good rates, because so far what I hear is not great rates. If somebody thinks that on 12% with 9 times leverage, anybody will give them any money, nobody will give. I'm just telling these bankers, they better give 15%, 18%. Then only it works. Because nobody's giving $50 billion if you give 6% dollar return. It will be because you're leveraging it 9 times and giving a proper return, then only you get this much money. But anyway, so the point is you can easily turn it whichever way you want. And by the way, for the FIIs or in general anybody, if you make the market go up 4-5 days in a row or broadly do well over 1 or 2 weeks, every line will be reversed. If you say the market is down a lot, because every time they sell, now we can say, if it happens like that FIs don't know what they are doing. They sold while the market was falling, and see now it is up. So you change everything once the market turns. And right now, since it has been negative, every line on India is negative.
Now, Samir, the entire NDTV network is watching this broadcast right now. So would love to understand from you, people who are not necessarily daily market watchers, but have been investors, they would want to know, what should one do from here? Does Samir Arora think that this is the most positive development since the conflict began? And is that therefore a measure to invest into Indian equities afresh?
Yes, so obviously since the conflict began, this is the most positive news, that the conflict is ending. So that one is easy. The issue is, are there other negatives which are still leading to bad market, which could be lack of AI and stuff like that. So on those are more difficult to say, except that even in those markets, that is the rest of the world, where the markets are doing well, actually only the AI part of the market is doing well. Rest of the market is plus minus similar to what happened in India. What made India stand out on its in terms of negative was also that the currency was weakening. And that sort of made it that, till we see the currency stable, we will not buy even regular equities and stuff like that. And that's what I've been saying since the last 1 or 2 weeks, that the attempt to bring in these FCNR deposits and to change terms for raising money otherwise and ECBs and all is a clear attempt and looks like a reasonably good features to be able to actually raise combined with the other things, FCNR plus the other things, theoretically $60-70 billion. And you needed something to sort of stop falling. And therefore, broadly, we think, yes, that India is good. And even as I said, last 1 or 2 years were not bad. A, if you did not have currency weakening in addition. And B, if you looked at it over 3, 4, 5 years, but the fact that other markets were rocking made us look more depressed, or made us more depressed, including me.
Well, it didn't show, Samir, I must say, neither on Twitter nor on our conversations.
क्या मुस्कुरा रहे हो, क्या गम है जो छुपा रहे हो?
Okay. Now,
Although
Samir,
I didn't have any gum, but these are the lines.
Yeah, I can imagine. Samir, would banks be able to say that कि गम के दिन पीछे गए अभी? I mean, are banks the first port of call really? This whole FCNRB move plus FIs, if they stop selling, etc.
From that angle, it is. And actually, there's a second angle, which is that a large part of that is FII selling. And so if FI selling stops, the only thing why I'm not convinced that FI is immediately buying is that would have worked if we saw that people were selling from India to buy the rest of Asia or these emerging markets, and therefore they may stop that. But when I see that Korea also, they've sold 70 billion this year, and Taiwan also, they've sold some 15 odd billion, and India, they've sold nearly 30 billion. So it doesn't look that if we do a little well, that because even the countries doing well are having money outflows for this year for whatever reason. But the fact that it even slows down or in theory reverses would be a second positive for the banks. Yes. One is this liquidity thing, which itself is the reason why Friday and today the banks are doing well and will continue to do well. Also because they are cheap, they have fallen a lot. The issue so far was relentless FIS selling. And as you know, all the domestic guys own a lot of banks. So it was clear that the Indian side was willing to buy these banks. So the only obstacle was the FII selling.
So, Samir, that's with regards to banks. If you have to look at any other pockets, because there is confusion yet when it comes to AI trade, what's happening with technology, from where...
No, there is no confusion on AI trade. Once you stop talking about it, those stocks will also do well. The point is that we think that there's no other sector in our country. These stocks have a weight of 6%. Nobody cares for them anymore, but except the TV anchors. There are these new age companies, there are defense companies, there are capital goods companies, power related companies. But for some reason, because 15 years ago they did well, every morning we talk about them. In US, I see the US, your competitor business channel, the English one, evening one. And they are not talking every day about Cisco and Accenture and Cognizant. They are talking about new things. We have new things, and those new things are doing well.
With the new age tech companies, I know you've been positive about all of them as well in terms of new age, not tech. I agree, the consumption side of it as well.
No, don't even call food delivery and all. I mean, even new ages, AMC is new. These are newly listed in last 5-6 years type of things. These are all the new things which are growing much more than a guidance of 3% or consumer staples growing at 5%. At least the starting point in India should be that you are growing 15% or hope of growing 15%, and then you pay for it or not pay for it. What is the point of some foreigner coming to India and saying that the growth will be 3%, but and currency broadly you will lose 3%? And why would anybody look at those? So I think you also stop and we move to growth.
You know, that's an interesting point, Samir, that you're making. Okay, let's move to growth. If you're moving to growth as well, let's leave aside all your traditional sectors. What is it that you would say at this point in time with someone who's starting afresh right now should put their bets on? We've spoken about banks already.
So big picture, the point is that Indians on one end curse or criticize that the Indian old companies or the IT companies or even the old conglomerates did not put any money in loss-making AI models and space companies or whatever they get fascinated with, except that they themselves hate any company that is making a loss after its IPO. And you can see that because I am a lot on social media, so I can see how much fun they make of these guys who made 20 and $30 billion companies. I think all the new age and all is good, but in terms of maybe 20%, but there are other new areas which are not new companies. For example, capital good related companies, China plus one type companies, these might be a little smaller. And the banks are more for steadiness and to give some anchor to the portfolio that it is not very volatile and stuff like that. And so then even your group, your parent companies, these are all guys who are growing big time, big size, and now have acceptance of the world. So there are so many areas where growth can be there. And to maybe a few stocks, 3 stocks, 2 stocks, 10, 15, 20% can be extreme value, high dividend paying, whatever, 5%, some coal India, some this, but you cannot have a portfolio of total value in India, according to me.
Point. Sameer, couple of questions. One on earnings, right? With this conflict, and hopefully it is resolved on the 19th of June, it doesn't go back, right? Assuming that is indeed the case, will some people, and I don't know about you, will you also have to relook at your earnings estimates for FY27 to say that the worst has not taken place, and so that is a positive? And how much is in the price right now, in your opinion?
So the thing is, if you look at it for the March quarter, the results were quite good. If you went beyond the Nifty and went into mid cap and or you looked at 500, or you looked at mid cap and small cap separately. So the growth rate for Nifty alone was, I think, 5-6%. But for 500, because it had 30% mid and small, it became some 10-11%. But separately, mid and small companies had, I think, 20% plus growth. So the growth was coming in, and then there is this shock, which would have at the top line taken off 2-3% if it was there for the whole year. But now that if it is there for 6 months, let's say 3 months already or 2 months already done for this year, it can be interpreted or justified, not interpreted, but justified as one-off, an external shock. It is not an Indian demand issue. It was this thing that supply was not there. So this can be, you can move along. And therefore, I would think that this year's earnings growth will be, it was supposed to be 15 in our mind. It became 12-ish without knowing exactly from where it will be taken away, at least in aggregate. And now in aggregate, you may make it 13 or something. But as I said, if the other elements improve, and one of those elements is currency, which has improved. Second, that there is broadly in every phase in the last 15, 20 years, if you see how much FIIs sell of the market, it normally ends at about 1%. It has happened, I think, 0.6 or something in 2008, and then once more, and now maybe 1% if you see the continuous run. Then in those kind of sort of different inputs coming in, you would broadly think that the market is plus minus somewhere near buying stage or to adding stage. And we know broadly that the alternative, which is debt, gives low returns, and all the tax features are also different, and therefore it'll move on. That is what it has been. There's nothing new that we are saying that equities will broadly do better than other things. It's if you count it at the right, at the bottom of a 2-year bottom and say, oh, all the numbers are bad or they have become bad, obviously. But that is because you know already that the market is down for 2 years. So every number will look worse than what it would normally.
That's true. That's true. Sameer, is there merit in changing the positioning from maybe an overly SMID positioning, if people had that, to now having a large cap focus because banks come into the fray, or not quite?
No. Because the rest of it is very boring, you see. That's what I'm saying.
Got it.
The rest of it is, consumer is very boring.
IT is out of the way.
Too low for any interest, and the valuation. And IT is not boring, but IT is totally confusing. So IT, you can say that it might be cheaper, but on the other hand, you can't even talk about 6% growth. The only thing you can say is that in the past it happens like this and that. But somebody may be market weight, but how do you say I believe this? So and some of the other. No, I don't like that much. The large caps, relatively.
Got it.
Relative.
Got it. In which case, Samir, and I'm only using the benchmark Helios Mutual Fund small cap fund as a statistic. I see that the portfolio that you have, one, is very well diversified in terms of sectors. Also, the weightages are also very well spread. You don't have a very large overweight on an individual name or an individual sector. Is that how you approach it now?
That is all my life. We don't want any one stock to define our life. For example, even if you see Flexi Cap Fund, the biggest holding will be some 4.5%. It's not that, oh, I found this one stock or the guy has found one stock and that will change our life like it does for some of these concentrated investors. We want the process to work. Anyone, can be wrong also. So even if you see our sort of Flexi Cap Fund, which can have anything, even there the weights are not high. And in small cap, we top down made a rule that you can't be more than 2.5% or so in a name. And even maybe 2% is good because you can get a cohort ride. This is the kind of things that work. But exactly whose turn it is next depends so much on the execution and what in the end that choices that the promoter has and his luck that you can't overdo the precision.
Samir, in light of massive developments in other parts of the world, I'm talking about SpaceX and a new trillionaire, the lens or the glance from India is, of course, looking beyond the Indian equity markets. It's been described as boring, it's been described as underperformer, etc., etc. But would you caution investors at this moment? Because the currency is actually seemingly moving in the other direction. So if you're investing from India abroad, you might lose out.
No, I don't think currency is strengthening a lot, by the way. I mean, maybe 2-3%. What I meant was it should stop falling on my head every day.
Yeah, that's true.
But I have not, because in 30 years, I have never seen it strengthen. So I'll be very delighted if it does not fall or does not weaken. No, US is okay. By the way, we have a fund for that. I, by the way, participated in SpaceX also for a small amount. I got only 15. Our fund got only 15% allocation. But the point is that, Nasdaq 100, I always say people can buy any time because Nasdaq 100 is a group of companies where you're not focusing on one technology, this thing, they have all kinds of things from AI related to hardware related. And in 13 days, they will have space related and everything else. And they are generally cash rich and cash generative and stuff like that. You can have a 10-15% allocation, sort of near permanent allocation, I would think.
Samir, so obviously when things like this happen, there are a variety of opinions that are described. And it's been described, SpaceX, the IPO, and everything that happened around it, as the peak of AI exuberance. Do you concur?
Actually, I first thought that I will sell it off on Friday because I got such a small allocation. Finally, I said, let it be, let's see what happens. No, basically, there's exuberance and SpaceX looks highly valued. Okay, Elon Musk, we have a few. It's okay. But generally, I don't think it is the peak yet because there are 2 more big IPOs and at least one. Even if OpenAI, by the time it comes, people give up. But Anthropic, people will want to see again when it comes. And ultimately, this IPO has gone smoothly because the returns were neither too high for everybody to dump on day one and neither too low or negative. But we'll know in a few days. Right now, I guess people will wait for it to come into the Nasdaq index, which is in 15 days or now 14 days left maybe. And I don't think this is the peak of US yet. No, it's not.
This is not the peak of US, and I think the projections that Elon has made as well in terms of the revenue that it'll hit by 2030, that's going to be interesting to watch out for.
I didn't even look at that before happening. Those are all big picture.
It's a fairy tale, Samir.
Just yesterday, today, Elon Musk himself is, by the way, he's now the richest guy by such a big margin that the second richest guy, Larry Page, is closer to my net worth than he's to. But the point is that somebody today or yesterday put out that how this can be valued at, I think, 50 trillion or something, 40 trillion. And he says something like interesting reading. He only has retweeted. That's how I got to see it. So you can
Yeah, but that's what I think everyone is still not wanting to lose the pie of it as well.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm saying it's okay. Small part is okay. All these are. Otherwise, how will you be cheerful if I say no? My 30 decimal point, 3%. Oh God, I might lose. It's okay. It's fun.
Absolutely. Thoda maza aana chahiye.
Okay, Samit Arora, such a pleasure talking to you today. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks a lot.
Bye.
I mean, that was interesting, right? I mean, even and actually a lot of people who've invested in SpaceX, if you read a couple of threads, have not really invested from a perspective that business kya karega. It's just for the thrill of it to understand as to what's really happening in this world also, right? I mean, who have that cash lying vacant are the ones who've done that. But it is interesting.
It is.
Another space that we need to talk about is in terms of the crude price fall as well. Now, as the US and Iran see a breakthrough in the peace deal and your crude prices fall, the focus will also be on Indian OMCs as they see positive market margins since the first week of March. Somit is here with us with more details. Somit, yes, your OMCs are reacting positively. And first up, welcome back after that 2-week super spectacular holiday that you've taken. So tell us, what are you picking up now?
Well, oil marketing companies, the important part is that since March till now, this is for the first time we are seeing that the marketing margins have turned positive. It's around 4.6 to 4.8 rupees per litre based on the current crude prices. So if crude prices continue to remain at the current levels, then the 15-day rolling prices would also be positive for the oil marketing companies. Now, why it has turned positive? Firstly, crude oil prices have fallen. Second fact is the excise duty cut was taken by the government, and then there have been 4 price hikes that the oil marketing companies have taken in the month of May. In fact, the 7.5 rupees price hike that the oil marketing companies have taken and the 10 rupees per litre lower excise duty have lowered the have lowered the break even for oil marketing companies when it comes to crude oil prices at around $89 per barrel, and the current crude oil prices are anywhere between $83 to $84 per barrel. Now, what would be the impact? Obviously, a positive impact. Every 0.5 rupees per litre increase in the marketing margin increases the EBITDA of IOCL, BPCL and HPCL anywhere between 8 to 11%. And if you look at the share price movement since the start of war, the share prices of all the 3 oil marketing companies, HPCL, BPCL and IOCL, are down anywhere between 12 to 25%. And this could reverse if oil prices continue to remain lower and oil marketing companies earn positive marketing margins going forward. But do remember that the first quarter of FY26 still could be impacted because for the better part of the quarter, marketing margins were negative at around 14 rupees per litre, and Q1 could be the worst quarter for the oil marketing companies. The combined EBITDA losses could be anywhere between 55,000 crore to 60,000 crore. These are completely early estimates. It is what as per analysts. So this could be the combined EBITDA losses as against 30,000 crore normalized profit run rate that the oil marketing companies used to do every quarter earlier. So Q1 could be weak, but outlook look positives, and for the first time since the war has started, the marketing margins have turned positive on the current crude prices.
That's certainly something that is having a bearing on the stocks as well. Thanks so much, Somit, for that. The entire cohort of oil marketing companies up and about. By the way, India's clean mobility story may be entering a new chapter. Road Transport Minister Nitin Gadkari saying as many as 12 companies are now working on vehicles that run on 100% ethanol. Forget about blending, just use the ethanol. Listen in to what he had to say.
100% इथेनॉल अब कार में, स्कूटर में, कहीं भी ऑटोमोबाइल में यूज करने के स्टैंडर्ड्स के साथ उसके सर्कुलर को निकाल दिया है। मुझे बताते हुए खुशी हो रही है कि हमारी 5 मोटरसाइकिल में से 3 मोटरसाइकिल हीरो की है। उन्होंने मेरी और पेट्रोलियम मंत्री हमारे पुरी साहब के साथ उन्होंने 2 मोटरसाइकिल लॉन्च की है जो फ्लेक्स इंजन है, जो आइदर पेट्रोल और इथेनॉल दोनों पे चल सकता है, उसको लॉन्च किया है। मुझे खुशी है कि मारुति सुजुकी ने अपनी वैगनआर ये भी 100% इथेनॉल पर लॉन्च की है। 12 कंपनियां टाटा, महिंद्रा, हुंडई, टोयोटो, ये सब अब धीरे धीरे पूरी गाड़ियां इथेनॉल पर 100% फ्लेक्स इंजन पर आएगी।
This is going to be interesting to understand actually what would this actually mean for sugar companies and for OMCs. Let's go to Sharad to decode the impact of these announcements of ethanol push in specific sectors and stocks. Sharad, good morning. What would this actually mean? Because we've been talking about the positives that are coming in for sugar companies since quite some time now. What are you picking up?
Well, this is not only just for the sugar companies, for the entire ecosystem as a whole. And yes, it's quite developing. And of course, important portion of the incremental, conversation is the 15% isobutanol can be blended with diesel. So, of course, a lot of blending announcements are coming in from the government. Now, ethanol can now be used as an aviation fuel also. They're pushing in for exports also. And this is the incremental statement made by Nitin Gadkari. But what's the stock-specific impact? That's pretty much important. And largely for its sugar companies, it's quite positive. Be it Sri Renuka, Balrampur Chini, all these companies, it's quite positive for them. But if you look at the ecosystem, that's also where it seems like analysts say that alpha lies there as well. This includes, of course, Truealt Bio, BCL Industries, Gulshan Polyols. They are one of the largest players in the ethanol manufacturing setup. Praj Industries, the machinery makers are there. Of course, a little bit of overhang in the global exports. But for domestic, this is positive. It's slightly neutral when it comes to the OMCs right now, IOCL, BPCL and HPCL as well. This is the stock-specific moves. But remember the recent announcements, E85 fuel to move India's ethanol story. And this is beyond the E20 roadmap. This is already shared by the government. Now, this moderate adoption, if it happens, roughly can add 3.9 billion litres of annual ethanol demand by FY40 as per note by INCRED. And also E85 would account for almost 6 billion litres of annual demand going ahead. The scale will win, and the E85 that's expected to widen the gap between the older policies which are announced. But the key question remains is the changes expected for the sugar company and the entire ethanol ecosystem, how that plays out. Will the flex fuel vehicles receive the meaningful fiscal incentives? And also another important question will be, will the consumers accept this given the fuel efficiency trade-off and of course the costing trade-off as well? So it will be pretty much interesting to understand what happens in the future.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sharad, for putting that in perspective for our viewers as well. Atul Chaturvedi, Director, Sri Renuka Sugars, and Deepak Balani, Director General of Indian Sugar and Bioenergy Manufacturers Association, joins in. Welcome to the show, gentlemen. Always a pleasure to speak to both of you as well. First up, Mr. Chaturvedi, before I come to you, let me go to Mr. Balani as well to just understand the overall impact that we are seeing on the back of the comments that we've heard from, Nitin Gadkari.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for having me on the show. Definitely a very significant announcement by Honorable Minister and the permission which he has granted for the use of E100 fuel in the vehicle. And this actually marks a very significant step towards advancing our ethanol economy and our own produced fuel. So perhaps this is a kind of a legal roadmap for the automobile manufacturers now. They can start commercially introducing mass market flex fuel vehicle which can take up to almost 100% ethanol. We know that Brazil, which is perhaps today the average blend of ethanol is almost E55, which includes the base blend, including the flex fuel vehicle. They are using for last 25 years E100, which is hydrous 100% ethanol. And this has been extremely significant and very, very, perhaps it has really given a kind of energy security to that country. So what we are seeing happening here, now that today we have so much of capacity, we already have a capacity of almost 2,000 crore liter in India. And with this capacity, we can almost reach to the average blend of E35. What I mean by E35 is the base blend plus the introduction of E85 and E100 with the flex fuel vehicle. This is a very significant, this is a kind of clearing a pathway for a legal adoption of E100 fuel, which can be filled now in the cars and the two-wheelers. And as Mr. Gadkari announced that we already have two vehicle manufacturers announcing the two-wheeler and four-wheeler. So we are hopeful that we will be able to see many more OEMs launching their flex fuel vehicle. This is definitely a very good news for the entire economy, including our farmers who have a major stake in the entire ecosystem.
Right. To take that point forward, let's understand the impact. Mr. Chaturvedi, what major changes are you expecting for a sugar company like yours and the overall benefits that you see from a financial perspective as well to actually see benefits?
Let me first say that India actually galvanizes into action once any crisis hits us. And this is the Gulf crisis that actually hit us. And that is actually driving a lot of these policy changes at breakneck speed. So as far as to answer your question, the major issue as far as the sugar sector is concerned is that they are still struggling with very low price of ethanol. In fact, the ethanol being sourced from the maize sector is closer to about 72 rupees. And for the sugar sector, it's about made from juice at around 65. So unless and until the government actually increases the price of ethanol to be sourced from sugar, this story is not going to be too beneficial as far as the sugar sector is concerned. And the other thing is with the El Nino likely to be reasonably strong and super El Nino hitting us, so that would definitely put some problems in terms of the productivity of cane this year. So if the prices are not increased and the sugar prices remain elevated, so in fact the industry may actually not be very interested or excited about diverting sugar to ethanol, because if the returns from ethanol for the sugar sector are lower than sugar, so why would they make it?
Absolutely.
So
This is
something that the government needs to do.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is after all these moves, the prices of ethanol need to go up, and that's when it will be beneficial as well. A quick question. In terms of ethanol, what is your capacity utilization right now?
At this point of time, my capacity utilization, if you take into account the 300 working days, it is around 40%.
Okay, so that's quite low. So there is, I mean, you still have a lot of space to meet the capacity as well from here on. Mr. Balani, coming to you, if you have to look at the industry as a whole, you know, Alex and I were having this conversation initially that in spite of all the things that are being done for ethanol, the question is there is a lot of capacity which is trying vacant. What happens on that aspect?
Well, absolutely, as Mr. Chaturvedi was mentioning, so sugar industry has two basic problems. One is the ethanol pricing, which you spoke about. Another is the allocation. Last year, we have seen only the allocation around 28% to the sugar sector. Perhaps that is the reason why our sugar distilleries are working at the capacity of 35 to 40%. So that's a very big problem. And somewhere we will have to work on the consumption. And in that way, the introduction of E100, E85 fuel and a flex fuel vehicle will at least bring relief. It is not going to happen overnight. It will be gradual, because we will have to yet see if OEMs are launching the vehicle. The dispensing stations have to be set up by OMCs. But however, I think allocation somewhere we will have to down the line have to work both on the pricing, because as Atulji said, that almost a 20% increase in the feedstock cost last 3 years.
Right.
But we haven't seen the corresponding increase in the ethanol prices. That becomes very, very critical for the sugar sector in the coming season.
Got it. So pricing is going to be key from here on. But thank you, gentlemen, so much for joining in. It's always a pleasure to speak to you. We'll quickly slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll have Manav Chopra, Executive Director at Nuvama Institutional Equities, who will be joining us right after the break.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति STTMT।
This is where the future shows up first. Conversations with the biggest names in tech and AI. Putting tech through its paces. No fancy jargon or spec sheets, just what matters. If it's shaping the future, you'll see it here first. The Tesla Model Y. This is Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews across the NDTV network.
When you say that 15.5 lakh crore is correct and the SEBI has only found 3,000 crore. That's over 90% error right there.
The 15.5 lakh crore revenue which has come in 4 years is perfectly correct. It is not a processing unit, it is a refining and selling unit.
SEBI spoke to Affluence and Affluence told them that they have not recorded a single trade with you, that Rajesh Exports is not a client of Affluence. So where is that 11,000 crores coming from?
The trade is absolutely correct. We have given all the required clarifications to SEBI in this regard.
You're directly saying that SEBI's finding is wrong. They found that certain numbers of trades have been done from your personal account.
I am not telling SEBI's finding is wrong because there has been no finding as yet.
Mr. Mehta, you've still not answered the question.
SEBI has considered the gross profit as the revenue for whatever reason. Has thought that that is revenue.
But how can a communication error last 2.5 years?
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit. He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to. Get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company.
Back with India Market Open right here on NDTV Profit. Now, of course, we are doing this conversation. We should bring up the markets, of course, just a bit of cool off, if you will, from the lower highs of the day, but still holding fine. About 1.35% is not bad. The broader end of the spectrum doing okay too. So, a fair degree of optimism there. And in about 30 seconds, we'll of course have the Vedanta Group stocks listing as well. So we'll just kind of mark that and then get in somebody who preempted this upsurge in the market about 5-6 days back, and just Manav Chopra. So we'll get in Manav in just a moment, but just because the listing is just due to happen, let's just stick to it and just show what some of these individual rates might be. Remember, people are very gung-ho on the aluminum business, maybe the steel business as well, but not so gung-ho on oil and gas and power. So you might see those resultant moves, if you will, in all the four pockets. Aluminum could list at 500, steel maybe 10 to 15 rupees, Vedanta oil and gas about 30 odd rupees, and Vedanta power listing at maybe around 50 to 55 rupees. So that's the nature of the numbers. Let's just get those rates up if we can, because the listings have happened at the Vedanta Group, the four-way demerger. If we can get those rates up, Vedanta aluminum, is it listing at circa 500 per share is the question, and then there's power, oil and gas, as well as steel. Should be happening. It's 10 o'clock already.
There we go.
Okay, there we go. So Vedanta aluminum 530. That's very interesting.
That's a premium, yeah.
Yeah. Oil and gas 30 to 35, something that we mentioned around there. Power maybe about 50, 55 or thereabouts. No, 40, much lower. Vedanta steel is at 21. So you might well see some profit booking in steel, etc. Power might actually see some buying at these levels. Watch out for aluminum and oil and gas. Okay, so this is the rates, and we'll kind of talk about them during the course of the day. But Manav Chopra, ED at Nuvama Institutional Equities, with us on the show. On the 9th of June, Manav put out this note which said that there is a thematic positive underway in Indian markets, right? The market outlook, bull market setup emerging. 6 days into this, Manav, welcome to the show. Thank you. Into this, has the setup emerged?
Yes, I would say the larger picture for the market is still bullish. And you know, after every bull market, there is always a transition which happens historically for 6 to 7 quarters. This is nothing new. You know, it was only 2011-13 where the transition after a bull market went into a larger repair phase. Post that, Neeraj, if we see last 15 years history, a bull market, a 6-7 quarters of transition, and the bull market resumes. Obviously, the cycles are different. This time, you know, I would say we have seen stronger bull market coming all the way from 2020, then a transition, 2022-24, again a bull market, then right now we are in the 7th quarter. So my case is that, you know, more or less the worst of 2026 is behind us. We have already formed a very strong low in the month of April. What we are witnessing now, and which I, you know, anticipated, at least looking at the market internals, is that, you know, after forming a low, market tries to form a higher base. That is what we are seeing, and the leadership which was missing in BFSI has actually stepped in. There were some very strong intermarket positive factors which were moving for us, mainly because of, you know, what we've seen on the global market. The crude more or less is topping out, and now, you know, we've got that de-escalation where the crude has started to break down. It sustained below, you know, $95 for a reasonable amount of time, despite a lot of inflection. The rupee has more or less topped out. I think the hidden inside all this was the inflection zone of India 10-year yields. You know, the India 10-year yields have been in a downward trend and recently kind of topped out closer to 7 and now started to come back below. I think all these are kind of moving factors, and with this de-escalation, I think this will just propel the markets. So markets are trying to form higher bases. The shorts in the markets are much higher than the March lows. So it's a very strong bottoms-up market, and now we've already witnessed a short-term breakout in Bank Nifty. But my case is, any bull market that has to emerge, unlikely it will happen without any support from the broader breadth of the markets. And we've got that validation already. You know, in the month of April, May, the kind of rally we've seen in the small caps and the broader markets, the breadth is way stronger. And these are very clear signals. So a stronger breadth into the markets, the heavyweight sector is forming a higher bottoms. So these are very strong signals for a bull market emerge. Obviously, our case still remains the broader market would do far better because Nifty has its own challenges. But yes, we are in a very strong bottoms-up market, and the worst is behind us simplifying it, and we definitely surge higher.
Manav, first of all, good morning. What are you saying? So you're saying BFSI is the fulcrum on which this is going to move, right? Because ultimately we're talking about the fact that foreign institutions have sold, it's been concentrated in this pocket. If you're saying that the rates are not necessarily going to go up as much as anticipated if this conflict is over, that is a positive. This entire move from the Reserve Bank of India to get them relatively cheaper deposits, that's also positive. So several tailwinds coming through at once.
Yes, and in fact, what you said, you know, the FI selling is something we cannot ignore.
Yeah.
But let's also go back a bit in time. You know, the private bank to Nifty outperformance actually topped out in the year 2021. FIs have been selling private banks since last 3.5-4 years. It's my early anticipation that at least sell-off in private banks is more or less at the end stage or is more or less finished. If you look at Nifty to Bank Nifty ratio, right, they have started to turn positive and see a breakout after 4.5 years, which we cannot ignore. So the underperformance of private banks or the BFSI in general, see, BFSI has become a very big pack altogether, you know, 38% of the Nifty. So until unless a BFSI doesn't step up, we don't expect a sustained move happen. So my case is that at least private bank, the worst is behind. And, you know, that will set up a very strong stage. And obviously with these macro intermarket factors on the technical terms, which works for us, will definitely provide a better stage going forward. So my case is that at least BFSI from here should provide that market leadership. Private banks will be a surprise. In fact, if we go a little lower, the mid-private banks and the smaller private banks are in a very strong mid stage of a bull market. If you go to see, it's only the private banks because of FI selling. Otherwise, they are already into mid stage. Look at the stocks like Bandhan Bank or the RBL Bank or the Fed Bank. They are in a very different space altogether, and this cannot be ignored. The breadth of a lot of financials are quite positive. So,
sorry, just before Hiral takes the question, are they better versus the HDFCs, Kotaks, ICICIs?
Absolutely. If we have to beat the markets, we have to focus on the next 50. Today, the next 50 has given a breakout in after 5 quarters. 5 months breakout today. So when a next 50 is forming a very strong construct, which is a part of your top 200, that's a very classical way. And my strong case would be the mid private banks, the smaller private banks is the space. Obviously, some support coming from large caps is what you eventually need for the market. But yes, the bigger alpha would be in the broader markets.
What about the CV cycle players? Because you're seeing some momentum today as well. NBFC side, for CV financiers, or for that matter, your gold financiers, what is the setup looking like there?
Okay, so if we speak about the NBFCs part of it, yes, there are few names which are reasonably set up, but my case is they are going to be more or less neutral. The short squeeze come in, maybe a 10-15% rally, it might again give away. But, the theme within the autos, if you want to play the autos, I think the tires would be a very, very interesting theme. There are few stocks which are down 20-25% from its recent all-time highs, largely in a reasonable higher bull market structures. I think the small caps for the tires are very, very strong. They have already witnessed that raw material pressure because of the crude. But my sense is, the upcycle for the next 6-12 months will belong to these tire names and auto anchors. So the NBFCs would be more like a trading, but I think the focus should remain on being into the trend which still persists and where the raw material or any issues, at least on that front, is done.
So mid-sized banks, tire.
Yes.
What else?
The other segment that we also like is the infra capex. I've been quite bullish on the infra capex theme. It's been 2 months now. Obviously, the market has rewarded us timely. Adani as a group, I think the structure still remains there, particularly within the large caps, obviously Larsen. But if I step down a bit, there are a lot of power stocks in the small and the mid cap space which are more or less have started to witness its long sideways, 5-6 years of consolidation and is stepping up well. Shipping stocks, there are a lot of shipping stocks which are still under-owned. My sense is under-owned where the domestic holding is anywhere between 2 to 5%. And, there is a reasonable amount of scope on the upside.
By shipping, you mean, example, the Shipping Corporation of India types?
Yes, the Shipping Corporation or some other.
Shipbuilders.
Yeah, shipbuilders or, the defense. So this is a theme which could, in the infra capex, could be the next leg up where the under ownership is there and, we could see more flare coming on the upside.
Sorry, clarity. So SCIG shipping types or the shipyard companies, the shipbuilders?
The shipyards, companies and the SCI.
The entire basket, basically.
Okay. Manav, just very quickly, 30 seconds. Is there a dark horse? 30 seconds.
Yes, for me, I think the dark horse would be only your broader markets, right? I'm still very, very confident that, if we are looking at the small cap to Nifty ratio, a lot of people are confused that we have already seen a very big rally coming from 2020 and they are confused, aur kitna chalega. My strong case is that, in fact, we are seeing a ratio breakout after 5 years. The next journey will belong to the small caps, and it's going to be more stock pickers. And if we look at the micro cap 250 index, which is still very strong, so my focus would be more on the small cap themes. The larger sectors would just be your navigator for your validations.
Is that the chart, Manav? Is that the chart you're talking about?
Yes, this is one of the charts that I had highlighted early where, we anticipated this higher bottom formations happening into the markets. Where your mid cap 100 and small caps are ready to see a good surge. So this was one of our scenarios which we highlighted just a couple of days back.
So take us through the top. Okay, so this is another one.
So this is one of the charts which is on your Nifty 500 to your Nifty ratios.
You want to walk
yes,
there?
of course.
Just Alex, you want to? Okay. Yeah. Let's just try and please explain this properly so that our viewers understand this.
So one thing is very important.
Yes, please. I'll come here. Yeah,
sure.
Please tell us.
No bull market starts until unless we see a broader market to really set up well.
Okay.
So for me, a lot of people think about Nifty 50 as one of the key leaders. For me, it's always Nifty 500. So the fact that the Nifty 500 actually outperformed Nifty 50 by roughly 14%. And this is one of a formation where I was talking, if the market forms a bottom, you see a flag. It's like a flag, like a healthy consolidation. It was not a distribution. It was basically, a market churn, market digesting gains. And so this is a very strong conviction. My case is that this consolidation breakout eventually takes markets to the next leg higher. A similar formation was seen in 2011-13, and from there market rallied 20 to 30% in 12 to 15 months.
Wow. But you're saying SMIDs will be a rally.
As well.
The previous chart? Okay. Is there something relevant here, Manav, that you want to quickly point out?
Yes. So not so much of relevance, but what we are trying to say is that any setup of a bull market, which always setups, 50-day average usually on the index level is a very key important scenarios for me to judge. Whether are we seeing some leadership stepping up, or is just one bump up and then we give away again. So despite of Nifty coming off from 24,200 in the previous time and came all to 23,300, see exactly what the markets have done. You've seen mid caps actually being above these levels, your small caps being above 50-day average, but even your Nifty 500 sustained, but your Nifty 50 was rightly here. So it was the broader market
which have done well.
Which has done well. Like one of the leadership in any bull market, you need breadth.
Okay. Alex Hiral, any question?
I think there's one more chart that, Manav already has. I think we should explain that one as well, Prakran.
Can we?
Can
So
we get the
Prakran
next
is our
one?
executive producer.
Yes.
Can we ask our PCR to bring up the next
Prakran
chart?
is inside,
Maybe
so
at the
he's
time.
coordinating that one for us.
Okay, maybe we'll have one more chart here. But Manav, so in effect, what you're saying is, let's say maybe wait 10 seconds for the chart to come, that the SMIDs will lead the rally.
Absolutely.
And you've given us some of your favorites, and you said the dark horse is the broader end of the spectrum.
Absolutely.
Perfect.
And broader
Lovely.
market, we have to have a strong thesis for a buy on dips.
Great.
We are not in a market where you just take a 20-30% and then you take it off.
Got it.
My sense is we should ride till at least next 12-15 months, and we are getting strong validations already into the system.
Great, this is good news, Manav.
Yes.
Thank you so much for joining in. Alex Hiral, over to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Pull up the markets and see where we're at. We're holding out with gains of about 1.3% for the benchmark Nifty 50. The broader market's looking sanguine as well. We'll be back on the other side to talk about more, and specifically with regard to the currency. We've got an interesting chat lined up with Jayesh Mehta of DSP. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति STTMT।
This is where the future shows up first. Conversations with the biggest names in tech and AI. Putting tech through its paces. No fancy jargon or spec sheets, just what matters. If it's shaping the future, you'll see it here first. The Tesla Model Y. This is Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews across the NDTV network.
When you say that 15.5 lakh crore is correct and the SEBI has only found 3,000 crore, that's over 90% error right there.
The 15.5 lakh crore revenue which has come in 4 years is perfectly correct. It is not a processing unit, it is a refining and selling unit.
SEBI spoke to Affluence and Affluence told them that they have not recorded a single trade with you, that Rajesh Exports is not a client of Affluence. So where is that 11,000 crores coming from?
The trade is absolutely correct. We have given all the required clarifications to SEBI in this regard.
You're directly saying that SEBI's finding is wrong. They found that certain numbers of trades have been done from your personal account.
I am not telling SEBI's finding is wrong because there has been no finding as yet.
Mr. Mehta, you've still not answered the question.
SEBI has considered the gross profit as the revenue for whatever reason. Has thought that that is revenue.
But how can a communication error last 2.5 years?
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit. He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company, weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next.
Welcome back. You're watching India Market Open. Now, as Noida gears up for the commencement of commercial flight operations, my colleague Danish Anand spoke with Union Civil Minister Ram Mohan Naidu on the sidelines of the inaugural function. Let's listen in to some part of what they spoke about.
So the Noida International Airport has finally started operations today. How do you look at the benefits of this airport for the entire northern India region, considering that government has a hub and spoke model in place?
So airport itself means a lot of economic activity, starting with the connectivity that it provides to the people. Noida has a great potential in that. Delhi is there next to it. It has multiple towns, cities like Ghaziabad, Faridabad. Almost it stretches up to Agra because of the expressway connectivity it has. So I see the airlines also very, very excited in providing great connectivity from Noida. We are starting 4 destinations, start from the first day itself. Within the 3-4 months, it is going to be extended up to 16. And the way the terminal has been built is that with the capacity of 1.2 crore passengers. So it has started with a great potential, and I'm sure that with the kind of positive vibe that I'm seeing across all the stakeholders, it is going to live up to its expectations.
So the international operations are yet to kick off from the airport. They were supposed to kick off earlier when the entire operation was starting, but it is yet to kick off. So what steps would you take to ensure that this proper international connectivity?
When you try to differentiate between domestic and international needs the customs, immigration, and a separate set of infrastructure. So we are almost finalizing that. There are multiple checks that are being done. So once we see all the system seamlessly sitting within the airport terminal, then we are going to start the international operations also. And I have to put it forward that the airlines are also excited to start international operations.
So very lastly, sir, there are reports that Air India is planning to do downsizing and they are planning to cut down their aircraft order. What do you like to say on that, considering that aviation landscape is on a positive path, but Air India is expected to cut, taking the aircraft and downsize?
No, it is an individual organizational decision they would have taken. But I would say that the kind of demand and the growth that we are seeing in civil aviation, especially the network that we are creating in the country, and the order book also that we have, definitely gives a very positive picture. And I've been also stressing that we need more airlines to come in. So we will be focusing on that. We would want more airlines to come in, more aircrafts to come in. So that has been one push. And one more vision that we have is that we want to build our own aircrafts also. I think once we have that network in the country, people like Air India, Indigo, they can all take advantage of it, where the aircrafts are being manufactured in the country itself. And this is a very...
To Nimburimbo voice, let's cut across to FM Nirmala Sitharaman, who's addressing the 16th edition of the Mind Summit in New Delhi.
Of course, the comfort is that you have a large domestic market, which is good enough with the consumption going up. But you still have a lot more intermediary and raw material products which you have to import. And that import is now under severe strain. So that's the challenge. And monsoon every year is a challenge for any finance minister. How will it work out? Will it be sufficient? Or is it going to be patchy? That some areas are going to be dry and some others are going to have excessive rain. That's a year-long, every year concern. But this year, because of the El Nino, I think we are preparing for not so good a monsoon. Of course, we have enough buffer stocks. Since last year we've maintained, so there shouldn't be a food shortage. But for farmers, it'll have an impact because this year his income will be stressed out. So I think broadly, I'm not saying anything that you don't know, but these are the challenges, and I'm not sure how much of a provisioning can you make. Just for that one example of fertilizer import. We had, during the budget, very clearly said to ourselves that the Kharif, we are sufficiently endowed with supplies of fertilizer so we can manage the Kharif. And we need money for tendering out for fertilizer that you may require for the Rabi, for which actually the supplies will start in November. Between the day of the budget and today, they've been at least 3 different major fluctuations. Some countries which do not want to get into the market, which are traditional suppliers, are no longer supplying. They want to stock it up for themselves. And there was fear that we are going to have short supply because those who have gone out are depleting the pool. But then came the news of China coming back, who had not been in the market for almost a year. So the supply was that shortage which people thought was offset. So 1 week you have a challenge, the next week that challenge is addressed, but newer challenges come.
It's been that case, but be that as it may, about a minute left for the for our show to end, and the markets, you have to admit, have fared reasonably okay, right, guys?
They're sustaining it from where we opened up.
Yeah.
So I think that's what is important right now.
Yeah, 1.4%. CV players are doing very, very well. Aviation-led players, crude sensitives, all of them are doing well. So it's a market that is holding out fine. One just hopes that this is what continues. If you have specific questions, of course, Ask Profit will take forward that. But it's been a really good show with us talking to Sameer Arora, Manav Chopra, Mihir Vora, and a host of others. I hope our viewers benefited from it. We enjoyed doing the show thoroughly. From Hiral, Alex, me, and the team that has put this show together, thanks so much for tuning in. Stay tuned to Ask Profit comes up next.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
This is where the future shows up first. Conversations with the biggest names in tech and AI. Putting tech through its paces. No fancy jargon or spec sheets, just what matters. If it's shaping the future, you'll see it here first. The Tesla Model Y. This is Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews across the NDTV network.
When you say that 15.5 lakh crore is correct and the SEBI has only found 3,000 crore, that's over 90% error right there.
The 15.5 lakh crore revenue which has come in 4 years is perfectly correct. It is not a processing unit, it is a refining and selling unit.
SEBI spoke to Affluence and Affluence told them that they have not recorded a single trade with you, that Rajesh Exports is not a client of Affluence. So where is that 11,000 crores coming from?
The trade is absolutely correct. We have given all the required clarifications to SEBI in this regard.
You're directly saying that SEBI's finding is wrong. They found that certain numbers of trades have been done from your personal account.
I am not telling SEBI's finding is wrong because there has been no finding as yet.
Mr. Mehta, you've still not answered the question.
SEBI has considered the gross profit as the revenue for whatever reason, has thought that that is revenue.
But how can a communication error last 2.5 years?
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit. He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company, weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairing a committee of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers, jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
Gender parity to be reflected while we choose leadership as well.
It's also important that how they are reshaping the industries.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. Coming soon. When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Report with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do?
Hello and welcome back to NDTV Profit. You're watching Ask Profit. My name is Puneet Zaveri, and with me, Mahima Vachirani will be joining very shortly. But it's a good day to be in the markets. It's on this Monday morning. We of course seen what's leading to those gains, and led by the ceasefire and the peace treaty, essentially between US as well as Iran, and hence you're seeing some certainty come back to the markets at this point of time. You've also seen that the Nifty 50 briefly breached past the 24,000 mark. Just a tad below that at this point of time, but when you look at the heat map, you'll see a largely green screen continuing across the board. You're seeing some travel related names do very well. So Indigo of course continues to do well at this point of time. You're also seeing Shriram Finance being the top Nifty gainer. Bajaj Finance also 4.5%. So is Bajaj Finserv, Eternal, Maruti Suzuki and L&T are all names that are buzzing between 4 to 5.5% at this point of time across the board. You've also seen Eicher Motors inch up 3%, yet again breaching that 7,500 rupee mark. But all in all, a very good screen at this point of time. You've also seen the sectoral heat map also do very well in trades. When you look at that aspect also, you're seeing the Nifty Realty make a very strong comeback over the last 2 days, up now between 6 to 7%. And probably this is the trigger that index needed. You've seen consistent pressure on the Nifty Realty. Today though, up the top Nifty gainer as well in terms of sector heat map. Autos as well as what we expect in cyclicals like banks are doing well in today's trading session as well. You are seeing a Maruti get back to that close to 14,000 mark yet again after being subdued for the last couple of months. Among others, you're seeing the metal index also do well. So is what you're seeing in the Nifty Infra, up 1.7% as well. But defensives largely under pressure, and you would rightly expect them to come back in the next few days. But today it's all about cyclicals as well as all the other impacted in the travel related names as well. So let's go across and look at the advanced decline ratio for the broader markets. It shows you that it's a strength day all around the board. So benchmarks of course over the last 2 days have been in focus. Almost a 10:1 gains for the advances. The mid cap, small cap also show you that impact on the positive side, of 1.6% on the mid cap 150. Small cap also doing well today in trade, and the BSE 500 for individual names as well. You're seeing Sri Renuka Sugar. We discussed the ethanol chart as well in India market open, up 8%. 5-Star Finance has been a very interesting one name. Promoter buying as well as institutional buying seeing on that counter after a very long time, up 7.6%. Kalyan Jewellers, Gujarat Alkalis, New India are some of the other gainers, but pull up something like TBO Tech as well. Travel food services, all these counters benefit because of travel coming back as well, and those are up in terms of the top gainers for today, apart from what we've seen on the index as well. But that continues to be a very strong set of names for the market today as well. And before we start taking your stock related queries, if you haven't already, do start sending in on numbers that are flashing on the top of your screen. All those stock related queries will be solved by our experts. Saurabh Jain, Equity Head Research, at SMC Global Securities. On the fundamental side of things, Kunal Rambe, fund manager and trading strategist at the Streets. Gentlemen, both of you, thanks so much for joining in today. Let me go across and start taking the first question. This one's from Siva from Toronto. He wants a view on Hero MotoCorp and if it's a good time to make an entry for the next 1 year. Now, in a market that's starting to do well today and is up as well, what's your view on Hero MotoCorp? Is it a good time to enter?
Hi, good morning, Puneet, and good morning, Kunal. See, in my view, things after this Iran tussle, abating and the fall in the crude prices, I feel that we'll see some kind of a correction in the metal prices too. Besides that, this will be a favorable for especially automobile players like Hero Moto. And besides that, we have seen that the sales are also doing pretty well for the domestic motorcycle makers like Hero Moto. So from the long-term perspective, I think crude prices cooling off, metal prices likely to cool off, sales being okay, and after 2-3 months, festive season will start coming in. So these players essentially will make good roads in that season. So my sense is it is better to hold for long term.
Got it. Well, just the other question, that stock has been on everyone's radar, and that's MTAR Tech. Let's pull up the counter, see what it's doing today. Thursday was down almost 10%, similar recovery of 10% on Friday, and today is up almost 1% right now. And Sarath from Dubai wants a short-term view because he bought these shares at almost 8,000 odd rupees. Kunal, very good morning. Thanks so much for joining in. What's your view on the stock now? Because, I think Sarath has, bought these shares while they were climbing up. Any view that you can offer him at this point of time?
Good morning, Puneet. Good morning, Saurabh bhai. Thanks for having me on the show, guys. So as far as MTAR is concerned, see, overall the trend has been really very strong, right? And the only trouble of buying at the higher or say elevated level is that it offers the unfavorable risk-reward ratio. At this point in time, after a bit of a sideways negative consolidation, the counter is now forming the flag formation. Any price above 7,500 will trigger a new rally and probably will take the counter to 8,150 or 8,200. So at this point in time, I would advise him to hold the counter. The trailing stop loss, or say rather the new stop loss, should be 6,700. That should be kept in mind. So any closing below 6,700 is an exit and hold with the target of 8,200 on the breakout of 7,500.
Got that view, Kunal. But let's also pull up all the Vedanta counters today because we have multiple questions on this one. So Vedanta Aluminum, of course, doing well in trade today. This is, of course, the holding company, but all of those, Vedanta Aluminum, Vedanta Power, oil and gas, and you're seeing, of course, pressure. Aluminum actually opened up fantastically well at 522 and then has seen some selling pressure, while the others, Vedanta Oil, Vedanta Power, all have been under pressure since the start of the trading session as well. So Abhin from Kerala, as well as a viewer, Vedanta Power now come back into green, up 5%. Vedanta Steel also doing well right now. And Saurabh, the one question which they have is, which is the better pick right now out of the 4 listed entities, or is it with the holding company? Of course, with the newer companies, there's a lot more interest. But is aluminum a straight pick there? Because we're seeing, of course, that massive re-rating of that particular vertical. How are you looking at this demerger and eventual listing?
See, this demerger has opened up the value unlocking for the company. And we are quite bullish on the both ferrous and non-ferrous metals. These metals have done phenomenally well, especially in the inflationary scenario. Metals tends to do well. And looking at the picture both globally and locally, the expectation is that the demand will fall in place. The demand will be higher than the production itself. So in many pockets, there will be a deficit for the metals. So essentially, Vedanta Aluminum, Vedanta Steel looks good to me. And apart from this, I feel that the power will be the new oil after this crisis we have seen. There has been a huge electrification going on. So another vertical could be Vedanta Power.
Vedanta Power, got it. So those are a couple of picks coming from Saurabh. And of course, as we come across individual results for all these listed entities, the interest continues to be there. But a very big demerger, of course, and eventual listing of all these entities at this point of time. But go across and take another question. This is from Preeti from Bengaluru. Asking about tube investments in the short term as well. What would you recommend here, Kunal? Any view on the charts?
See, overall trend on tube investment has been really very strong. In fact, from the extreme lows of February, where the counter was trading near 2,200, it's now at 3,200 and clearly making higher top, higher bottom formation. On the weekly chart, now this counter is reaching near the previous high of September 2025, which is 3,500, 3,400 kind of levels. So I would advise a hold on this counter if the view is for say next 6 to 8 months. But for very short term period of time, I think 3,300 to 3,350 is a zone to watch out as a profit booking, and then re-enter if the counter again shows some kind of correction.
Re-enter post correction could be something to watch on tube investments. That's one of the views coming in from Kunal. But the next question, and viewers, you can also call us on the landline number that is flashing on the top of the screen as well. But the next one's on Garden Reach. Now, Akash from Bengaluru is holding 20 shares at 2,567. So up almost about 100 points for now. He wants that 18 to 24-month view, and looking to double down on his portfolio in the defense space. How are you seeing this, Saurabh? Because firstly, on an individual name basis, Garden Reach has done well, but also how the trajectory of the market is shaping up, right? Do you feel that defenses, the consumer staple, all of those counters will be, sideways for some short term, and growth stocks will start to seeing flavor again post this, agreement between US and Iran? Is that how you're seeing the space now?
Yes, of course, Puneet. If you look, drill down, what is the market doing today? Many of the healthcare pharmaceuticals, which have been favorite for the markets, have been laggards today. And many of the areas, for example, real estate is doing phenomenally well. So some kind of a sectoral challenge is slowly happening in the market after the deal has been reached. With respect to the defense stocks, all stocks are not doing equally well. For example, in case of BDL or Hindustan Aeronautics, we have seen the order books conversion to the revenue is not happening at that pace, and there has been margin pressure. Talking about the Garden Reach shipbuilders, the company has done well. If you look at the valuation also, it is trading around 11 times to book value. The multiples, the trading multiples are also okay. So in my opinion, yes, you can bet upon this stock for the long term.
Got that view. But the next question coming in now, it's on Leela Hotels. It's another space in the hotel space that's not done well too much. And you're seeing that impact across Indian hotels, ITC. And Leela has been one of those which has given some return to investors. So this is Viru who's asking us this question, because he's holding shares at 450. Stocks up over 10% today. And let's look at the year-to-date chart also if we can, because while you've seen sideways momentum on the other place, you've seen at least an 8% return this year coming in on Leela Hotels. A fairly recent listing, Kunal, so I know it might not give you so much historical evidence, but on the short term, any view that you see that this current momentum to continue?
See, Puneet, in this entire year from July 2025 till now, this counter has consistently been in a particular range. On the higher side, we have seen the counter hitting 470. On the lower, it's near to 385. And again, it's reached the same level. And in fact, in this entire year, this counter has reached 475 times. This is the 5th time. So I would turn cautious at this level. By any chance, if the counter gives a decisive closing above 480, 485 kind of zone, then I'll consider this as a breakout and I'll think of chasing this counter. Otherwise, this is the resistance where one needs to turn cautious. And then if at all, you see some kind of breakout coming in, reinitiate the buy. But this is a level to book the profits.
Very interesting take, Kunal. But let's go across and take another caller from Pune now. Parab is joining us for the stock query. Parab, very good morning to you. What's your query?
Hi. My question to a fundamental analyst. What is the Iran-US deal's effect on both stocks, and especially on JSW Infra, who is soon going to launch the QIP as well?
Got it. And, Parab, a very pertinent question as well. So are you currently holding any port stocks in your portfolio? Or are you looking for a view to potentially enter right now?
Yes.
Is it the second one, Parab? Are you looking to enter the space right now?
Yes.
Yes, got it. Saurabh, how are you viewing then essentially the port stocks? Because of course, you would want trade to resume at its earlier level before the war as well. What are you looking at in this space, and anything that you like?
See, as of now, this space is not doing well, if you may say so. These days global trade is not unfolding well for the India. Especially, we have signed some kind of deals, but they have not yet finished. And especially after this war crisis and all, many of the things are not happening the way they should be. Talking about especially on the JSW infra, yes, the company is doing good. Especially the markets are looking for the consistently, some kind of a trigger which can consistently help in gauging. Yes, these companies can do good for the future. So there is no harm if you have invested in this company, you can stay on. But I would refrain from investing more.
Got that view, Saurabh. But viewers, time for a very short break. On the other side, continue with your stock-related queries, so do stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
This is where the future shows up first. Conversations with the biggest names in tech and AI. Putting tech through its paces. No fancy jargon or spec sheets, just what matters. If it's shaping the future, you'll see it here first. The Tesla Model Y. This is Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews across the NDTV network.
When you say that 15.5 lakh crore is correct and the SEBI has only found 3,000 crore, that's over 90% error right there.
The 15.5 lakh crore revenue which has come in 4 years is perfectly correct. It is not a processing unit, it is a refining and selling unit.
SEBI spoke to Affluence and Affluence told them that they have not recorded a single trade with you, that Rajesh Exports is not a client of Affluence. So where is that 11,000 crores coming from?
The trade is absolutely correct. We have given all the required clarifications to SEBI in this regard.
You're directly saying that SEBI's finding is wrong. They found that certain numbers of trades have been done from your personal account.
I am not telling SEBI's finding is wrong because there has been no finding as yet.
Mr. Mehta, you still not answered the question.
SEBI has considered the gross profit as the revenue for whatever reason. Has thought that that is revenue.
But how can a communication error last 2.5 years?
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit. He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to. Get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairing a committee of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
Gender parity to be reflected while we choose leadership as well.
It's also important that how they are reshaping the industries.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. Coming soon. When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight.
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit here at NDTV Profit. By the way, just because I was late, I think we've not gotten enough wishes for Puneet. So it's his birthday today. So very happy birthday to you, Puneet.
Thank you so much.
Everybody who's asking a query today, we'll answer your queries only if you wish, Puneet. So that's the condition that we have on the show for today. So drop in your birthday wishes for him and we'll start taking your queries. It's time for a rapid fire round, by the way, now. And we've got... our first query coming in from Prashant, who's writing us from Bengaluru. He wants to make an entry into Crude Vysya Bank or City Union Bank and wants to know about this from a short-term perspective. So Kunal, I'll come to you on this one. Any one of these where charts are looking attractive to you?
Crude Vysya Bank is more or less sideways, but still showing good strength as of the Friday closing. So I think with the stop loss of 280, one can think of buying it, and the short-term targets can be 315.
Okay.
Next one's coming on CSB is the correct thing to do. What would you recommend here, Saurabh?
Which stock?
CSB Bank.
I think it is a good bank, and the bank has shown above industry average growth. They have contained NPAs, and in my opinion, yes, we are bullish on the banking side, and it is a good bank to bank upon.
Okay, the next one is on MRPL. So Sheila from Bellary is holding at the levels of 184. She wants to know the targets on this one. Kunal?
Absolutely bullish from short-term as well as long-term point of view. Above 170, targets can be 210, 220.
Next one's coming in on Reliance Industries, bought at 1264 by a viewer. Saurabh, should he continue to hold his 2,000 odd shares?
As of now, it is a contrarian buy, but yes, it is a good hold.
Okay, the next one is on Tejas Networks. Our viewer Ravi from Sydney has bought it at the levels of 899. 91 shares is what he's holding. He's long-term investor. Wants to know if he can continue to hold this for another year. Saurabh?
I feel it is quite expensive. You have to hold for more than a year.
Aarti from Bengaluru wants to know within the power space a good stock to invest in. Saurabh, what are you looking at?
NLC India can be a good bet.
Okay, the next one that we have is on GE Vernova TND. Our viewer Jeet from Kolkata is holding 20 shares at the level of 4812. He wants to know the target and stop loss for this one on a short-term basis. Kunal?
Overall trending counter stop loss can be 4,600, and let's keep the target open. Let the rally continue on the upside. I think 5,200, 300 is possible.
Got it. Also, Kunal, on Harsha Engineers as well. Ravi has actually bought shares at 435. Stocks up almost 11% today. Should he still, use this rally to book out or continue to hold?
almost a broader consolidation of more than 1.5 year, and the breakout is still pending. I think that's at around 430. So this is overall it's positive, but there is no breakout. So advisable to buy above 430. Take an exit for now. Think of switching to MRPL, which looks better.
Okay, the next one that we have is on Spark, that is Sun Pharma Advanced Research. Our viewer Saurabh wants to know if he can invest into this and enter into this right now from a long-term perspective. Would you recommend that, Saurabh?
Yes, you can invest.
Alright, okay, that brings us to the end of this rapid fire round and time again to slip into a very, very short break. But don't go anywhere, we'll be answering lot more questions on the other side, so do stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति STTMT.
This is where the future shows up first. Conversations with the biggest names in tech and AI. Putting tech through its paces. No fancy jargon or spec sheets, just what matters. If it's shaping the future, you'll see it here first. The Tesla Model Y. This is Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews across the NDTV network.
When you say that 15.5 lakh crore is correct and the SEBI has only found 3,000 crore, that's over 90% error right there.
The 15.5 lakh crore revenue which has come in 4 years is perfectly correct. It is not a processing unit, it is a refining and selling unit.
SEBI spoke to Affluence and Affluence told them that they have not recorded a single trade with you, that Rajesh Exports is not a client of Affluence. So where is that 11,000 crores coming from?
The trade is absolutely correct. We have given all the required clarifications to SEBI in this regard.
You're directly saying that SEBI's finding is wrong. They found that certain numbers of trades have been done from your personal account.
I am not telling SEBI's finding is wrong because there has been no finding as yet.
Mr. Mehta, you still not answered the question.
SEBI has considered the gross profit as the revenue for whatever reason, has thought that that is revenue.
But how can a communication error last 2.5 years?
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit. He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to. Get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company, weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. India Inc.'s most respected names, chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairing a committee of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
Gender parity to be reflected while we choose leadership as well.
It's also important that how they are reshaping the industries.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. Coming soon. When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information blitz into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut.
Ask Profit right here on NDTV Profit, and if you haven't already, do start sending in your queries on the number that are flashing on the top of the screen. But before we do that, let me go across to my colleague Sharad, and it's time to dive into the BSE F&O market setup. Sharad, over to you.
Thanks a lot for that, Puneet, and also wishing you a very, very happy birthday as well. Let's start with the markets. Of course, the continuity is coming in from the Friday's up move, and right now also nothing much has changed. It's a sea of green over here. 95% of the constituents in the Sensex are in the green. BankX also, the story remains the same, with financials aiding the sentiment as well. Let's look at the long build up, and to be honest, there isn't much to pick. Chola Finance, Motilal Oswal Financial, all of the stocks are doing well. Even the capital market related themes are doing well. Let's see what's happening in the short covering, and mind you, a lot of these positions will be reversing. Ashok Leland last session was also very strong, and now we see Inox Wind also making a good up move for more than 3% in the trade. Long unwinding, nothing much to be here, to be honest, for a trade. Even Oil India, that sell-off seems to be coming off of the last 3 to 4 sessions as the Brent crude is suppressed. Let's see if the short build-up is anything is there. Not much. ONGC Oil India is only there, which we mentioned. So yes, it's a market where longs are being created, and largely there's a bullish sentiment all across.
Thank you so much for that, Sharad. But the May CM data also flashing on the bottom of your screen has been a good one yet again in terms of both car sales as well as for domestic two-wheeler sales as well. So all those stocks, of course, benefiting from certainty on the global front as well on the war. But of course, this is another leg up that you're getting in terms of the sales data, and continuous trend. What we're seeing, scooter sales continues to outperform motorcycles at this point of time. For cars, there's been a broad-based growth, with the smaller car shares also coming back with rigor, to say the least, as well. So overall industry for the cars at 4.4 lakhs, much above the average of 3.5 over the last few months, just prior to the GST-led era, and hence a 27% YOY growth is what you're seeing as well. But let's continue taking your stock-related queries. Of course, we still have Saurabh Jain on the fundamental side of things, and let me welcome in Ajit Mishra, SVP Research at the Relicare Broking, joining in as well. Ajit, very good morning to you. The first question to you on Equitas Small Finance Bank. Our viewer G. Shrikant is holding shares at 68.4, and he's holding 1,000 shares of the company, so sitting on some gains. Asking if what could be one of the targets to watch out for on this particular counter. We've seen a sharp run-up post the Q4 results, but on the charts, Ajit, what would you recommend?
Yeah, good morning, Puneet, and wish you a very happy birthday. And as we are seeing that markets are buzzing from the beginning, and as you rightly mentioned, that Equitas was anyways performing well from the last few weeks. In fact, we have seen a fresh consolidation range breakout also last week. So all this indicates that the underperformance that we are seeing largely in this entire space of small finance, banks is over, and short-term bias definitely looks positive. We have bought it at very decent levels. 82 is what we are eyeing as immediate target, and then eventually the stock can extend towards 88 levels also. So now his trailing stop should be at 73, and he can continue to hold his positions.
All right, so that's the view coming in on Equitas Small Finance Bank. And sticking to the same space, we've got a question from Rakesh Gupta, who's writing us from Delhi, asking about deploying about 10 lakh rupees into the banking and NBFC space, and he wants the picks from a slightly long-term perspective. So, Saurabh, your view and picks on this one?
Hi, good morning and happy birthday to me. In the banking space, yes, we are quite bullish, and the picks could be ICICI Bank, SBI, Indian Bank. All these banks are with the steady balance sheet and good growth. So investing from 1 to 3 year perspective would be good enough for you. And another sector which is looking good is maybe utility. Maybe you can venture into companies like GSW Energy or maybe company like NLC.
Got that view, but and thanks so much for those wishes as well, Saurabh. But the next question coming in now, it's from Gautam from USA, and his question being on HDFC AMC. Now he wants a good entry point for the next 12 to 18 months and wants to know if this is a good time to add. Saurabh, sticking with you, I think previously as well you have given HDFC AMC as one of your picks. Does that continue to be so, despite what we've seen a strong outperformance on ICICI AMC?
Yes, I think you can look this business, and if you haven't invested in the HDFC AMC, then you can also choose ICICI AMC over HDFC. But yes, these are good proxies for the markets. Our markets have done nothing for the 1.5 to 2 years. But yes, for the long term, things are moving to for the India, favoring India's equities. So from the long term perspectives, yes, you can bet upon this.
Okay, the next one that we have is on Z Entertainment. Rajesh Patel from Indore is holding 300 shares at the levels of 163. He wants to know from a slightly long-term frame whether he can continue to hold. Ajit, your view on the charts on this one?
So Mema, it's been several years now that the stock was underperforming, and we have had these kinds of rebound earlier also. It's just that the moves usually fizzle out, and this time around also we have seen a very sharp recovery in the last 2 to 3 months. We are very close to the immediate resistance. We have bought at very high levels. Still the momentum is intact, and we might see further leg to this up move once, let's say, the stock crosses 120 mark. Then probably around 150 zone is something that the stock might test. So around that area, he should definitely review. As of now, he can continue to stay put, with 100 being the closing stop.
Got that view, Ajit, and hopefully some respite that we've seen on the stock actually an up move because of getting rights to the FIFA World Cup as well. Now the timing of that, how that translates into revenues will be something to watch, and margins of course, but that has been the big leg up from the lows, as highlighted by Ajit as well. But let's go across, take another caller now from Bengaluru, and Surya has a stock query for us. Surya, very good morning to you. Welcome to the show. What's your query?
I have IDFC shares, 20,000 shares at 53. I am holding this for last 5 years, and I'm planning to hold for another 5 years. I want to have long-term view.
Long-term view, got it. And Surya, do you have any other banking names in your portfolio, or is IDFC First the only one?
I have Kotak Mahindra Bank.
Okay, Kotak
and
Mahindra Bank.
I have Axis Bank.
Axis, got it.
I don't have that much quantity. I have only 100, 200 shares in both.
Got it. Well, an interesting query there, Surya, as well. You've been holding for a while, and then I think a lot of those returns unfortunately got wiped out because of that Haryana's, 650 crore impact. But Saurabh, he's holding a massive quantity, of course, on IDFC First Bank, but still in gains of almost 5 lakh rupees since he bought it at 53. Is it a good time to book out, probably extend that exposure into the other names as he's holding onto Axis and Kotak?
Banks are our favorite. IDFC Bank has not done the way many other banks have performed in terms of on the operational side. There has been some kind of a disappointment, and that is the reason why IDFC has been trading in a range over a 5-year period. Did not deliver the return at par. Some of the other banks that we like are Indian Bank or maybe for SBI. The other two he's holding are ICICI and Kotak. Of these two, I like ICICI. Maybe he can also switch from Kotak.
So that's the view coming in on all of these banking names. But viewers, time to slip into a very short break. But we will be right back answering more queries on the other side. So do stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया
विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
This is where the future shows up first. Conversations with the biggest names in tech and AI. Putting tech through its paces. No fancy jargon or spec sheets, just what matters. If it's shaping the future, you'll see it here first. The Tesla Model Y. This is Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews across the NDTV network.
When you say that 15.5 lakh crore is correct and the SEBI has only found 3,000 crore, that's over 90% error right there.
The 15.5 lakh crore revenue which has come in 4 years is perfectly correct. It is not a processing unit, it is a refining and selling unit.
SEBI spoke to Affluence and Affluence told them that they have not recorded a single trade with you, that Rajesh Exports is not a client of Affluence. So where is that 11,000 crores coming from?
The trade is absolutely correct. We have given all the required clarifications to SEBI in this regard.
You're directly saying that SEBI's finding is wrong. They found that certain numbers of trades have been done from your personal account.
I am not telling SEBI's finding is wrong because there has been no finding as yet.
Mr. Mehta, you still not answered the question.
SEBI has considered the gross profit as the revenue for whatever reason, has thought that that is revenue.
But how can a communication error last 2.5 years?
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information plates into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit. He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company, weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. India Inc.'s most respected names, chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairman of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
Gender parity to be reflected while we choose leadership as well.
It's also important that how they are reshaping the industries.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. Coming soon. When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information plates into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m.
Alright, welcome back to a show that gets all your stock-related queries answered. It's time for our second rapid-fire round. Ajit and Saurabh, you both know the drill. The first one is on Happiest Minds. Sri Krishna from Bengaluru wants to know whether he can hold or sell off his holdings in Happiest Minds. He's bought at the levels of 700 and 240 shares is what he's holding. Ajit?
Hold, but don't add more.
Got it. The other one on HDFC Bank. Our viewers bought shares at 900, and Saurabh's question being, should he switch out and invest in something like Coforge or Tarrell, or continue holding HDFC Bank?
Better to continue. Hold.
Okay, the next one is from Satyan. He wants a view on Ajanta Pharma. He's bought it at the level of 3,200 for a year. What's your view on this, Ajit?
Hold and upside potential 3,400.
Got it. The next one that's coming in, and this one's on Gaudium IVF. Viewer Ahmed from Delhi is holding shares at almost about 100 rupees. Ajit, recent listing, but is it? What would you recommend on the charts? Is there any momentum?
So it looks okay. You can hold, but don't add more.
Okay, the next one is from Dr. Lavanya, who's writing us from Meluru. She says she wants to invest around 2 lakh rupees in defense names. Can you suggest stocks with decent valuations is what she's asking. Saurabh, your view?
Difficult to give a few names, but I would suggest her to invest in ETF, defense ETF.
Okay. Defense ETF, got it. Well, Ajit, the next one, if any stocks that are on your radar this morning, it's an open-ended question from Puneet Saxena from Ghaziabad. Anything that you like right now?
So as a disclaimer that we have already recommended to our clients, so stock like CG Power, wherein we see strength, then we have Bandhan Bank, which is already recommended. Varun Beverages is also looking firm on charts.
Okay, the next one that we have is from Afreen, who's writing us from Hyderabad, asking about LG Electronics or Vari Energy. Which one is a better bet from a long-term perspective? Two different spaces, of course, Saurabh, but anything in specific that you like?
Varun Beverages.
Okay.
Bhaskar Madhusudan from Hyderabad is asking if it's a good time to purchase VA Tech Wabag. Saurabh, would you recommend that?
Yes, you can buy.
Okay, the next one is on JSW Infra. Ram from Hyderabad is holding 8,000 shares at the levels of 250. He wants to know whether he can sell this and invest into HDFC Bank. Ajit, would you recommend that?
I won't recommend. In fact, he can hold it for 310, 320 as a position target with stop at 275.
Okay.
Jeevan Deepra from Mysore wants to know a view on Sri Renuka Sugar, Ajit, for the near term. Would you recommend that? We, of course, covered the ethanol story in the morning, but what's your view?
Overall trend.
Okay, LNT, is this the right time to enter? Nikhat from Bengaluru wants to know. Saurabh?
Yes, you can buy. It is a long-term story.
On Natco Pharma as well, Saurabh, holding shares at 700. Is it advisable to continue holding this counter now?
Company has disappointed on the earning fronts many times. Avoid. Better to book out.
Okay. ICICI AMC bought at the levels of 3,222. From a 2 months perspective, Sunita from Delhi wants to know as to what she should do with her 98 stocks. Ajit?
Hold with stop at 3150, upside potential 3500.
Correct. Uma from Bangalore is holding on to Tata Power at 389. Saurabh, should she continue to hold or switch out to something like JSW Energy?
She can also park money in JSW Energy and continue to hold for long.
The next one is on Silchar Technologies. 150 shares bought at the levels of 5,200. Hold or exit, Ajit, on the charts?
Hold.
On Quality Power as well, Ajit, is it a good time to enter is what Mahesh from Bengaluru is asking.
No, exit.
NBCC is the other one. Our viewer is holding 1,000 shares at the levels of 108. This is from Vanita Bala. She wants to know if she can continue to hold this counter or not, Saurabh.
Better to switch to Phoenix Mills.
On Anantraj as well, Saurabh, is it a good hold at 513? Our viewer Bindu is holding 200 shares.
It's a story for data center. Yes, you can play it out.
Okay, the next one is on Eternal. Sriram Raghuraman has bought 150 shares at the levels of 105. He wants to know from a 1 year perspective, can he continue to hold, Saurabh?
Better to book out.
Surya from Bangalore is holding on to Yes Bank at 19 rupees for the last 2 years, holding 2,000 shares. Saurabh, what would be your advice? Should she switch out to Ujjivan or IDFC first?
I would rather recommend to switch out to Bank of Maharashtra.
Okay, the next one that we have is coming in on ICICI Bank. 3 to 6 months view on this one is what our viewer is asking us. Ajit, on the charts.
So strong recovery, 1450, 1460 next hurdle. Once we surpass that, then probably a new high.
Alright, okay, that brings us to the end of the second rapid fire round as well as the Ask Profit show. Saurabh, Ajit, thank you so much for taking out the time and helping us answer all those queries. With that, viewers, completely out of time on this edition of Ask Profit. But if you've got more queries, you can tune in at 2 p.m. as well to ask all those queries. But with that, do stay tuned because KYC is up next.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
This is where the future shows up first. Conversations with the biggest names in tech and AI. Putting tech through its paces. No fancy jargon or spec sheets, just what matters. If it's shaping the future, you'll see it here first. The Tesla Model Y. This is Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews across the NDTV network.
When you say that 15.5 lakh crore is correct and the SEBI has only found 3,000 crore, that's over 90% error right there.
The 15.5 lakh crore revenue which has come in 4 years is perfectly correct. It is not a processing unit, it is a refining and selling unit.
SEBI spoke to Affluence and Affluence told them that they have not recorded a single trade with you, that Rajesh Exports is not a client of Affluence. So where is that 11,000 crores coming from?
The trade is absolutely correct. We have given all the required clarifications to SEBI in this regard.
You're directly saying that SEBI's finding is wrong. They found that certain numbers of trades have been done from your personal account.
I am not telling SEBI's finding is wrong because there has been no finding as yet.
Mr. Mehta, you've still not answered the question.
SEBI has considered the gross profit as the revenue for whatever reason. Has thought that that is revenue.
But how can a communication error last 2.5 years?
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information plates into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit. He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairing a committee of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
Gender parity to be reflected in while we choose leadership as well.
It's also important that how they are reshaping the industries.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. Coming soon. When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information plates into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut.
Hello and welcome to KYC with me, Sharad Dubey. And interestingly, I've got you an interesting company here. But before that, I'm going to give you some hints. Try to understand which company I'm talking about, and yes, the space is quite limited. It's an agrochemical company listed in the year 2007. Also, the stock has been doing well. From March lows, it's up 36%. And interestingly, the company will be in focus, especially to be impacted by El Nino. There is an impact analysis here as well. But to put things in perspective, HDFC Mutual Fund also has a 9% stake in the company. And the company in focus is going to be Insecticides India. This is the company which we are talking about. But why are we calling this company? That's the main question to be asked. Key questions definitely going to be on the El Nino impact. What happens to the industry, the agrochemical segment, and also overall for the company. These are the key reasons why we are getting this company. Apart from this, also we'll be definitely going to be looking for the volume growth, demand trends, and all these impacts which should be coming in. If we could show the second question, why we are calling this company. Iran-US deal is final. Now, will the global disruptions reverse or will it take some more time? This is very much important. Almost 10% revenue comes from the exports and the further product launch pipeline, especially with the global tie-ups. That's what the street is looking at. The growth and margins outlook for FY27. Will there be a kind of an impact or it's all fine? B2C products, especially the way they move to the premium segment, that's what we'll try to understand how the things will pan out. Update on the upcoming facility in Sotanala, it's in Rajasthan, on the capacity expansion as well. And of course, Rajesh Agarwal, MD at Insecticides India, will help us decode all these queries. But let's try to understand what's the company all about. ये कंपनी करती क्या है? Insecticides है, but insecticides में बहुत और varieties होते हैं. We'll go in that. It's a crop protection and the nutrition company. It was, of course, having 20 plus technical products and 130 plus formulation products. And if you look at it, the manufacturing they have are spread across, especially in the northern part of India as well. This, of course, includes Jammu Kashmir. Almost 70,000 million tons per kiloliter annual formulation capacity the company is having. And also the upcoming facility is in Rajasthan. Apart from this, let's go into further details about the company. They have a technical synthesis plant at Chopankai as well as the Dahej. Also, looking at how they are moving around, it's a pan-India reach they have, especially on the distribution front. I'll explain you that moat of this company. And this is what the overall expansion looks like when it comes to the distribution and reach. Apart from this, they have their own tractor brand. It's almost a 40-year-old brand which the company has. And it's exporting to 22 countries and they have 182 international registrations. So that's something you should be noting it down as well. There is an export angle to it as well. The revenue breakup, how things look like. Insecticides, it's around 49%. Herbicides, fungicides, that's on the lower side. But overall, it has the entire gamut for agrochemical space. Also, the revenue share, if you have a breakup between the premium and the generic, that's what you get. 58%, 42% for the generic segment. But let's get into a little bit more detail about the revenue share of by the segment that we have is B2B, B2C. That's where the most of the segment revenues are. That comes in roughly 73%. So this is how we have given the overall sales segment. But what may work for the company, that's pretty much interesting. It's an export oriented setup, so that is where we are looking at some kind of a bullishness. Expansion is also at play at 2 of its projects. Also, the third point which may be in the favor of the company is the shift towards the premium product mix. So of course we will be looking at that number as well in future. There is of course some key acquisitions coming in the upstream efficiency, and how much that builds up in the margin outlook is something which we'll be watching out for. And also, if you look at what may not work for the company is this is a very important factor which is coming in. The second important reason where things might not go right for the company is a lack of analyst coverage. Only one analyst is tracking the stock despite giving 100% buy rating. And peers do enjoy a premium valuation. Why there is a discount? We need to understand that, and I'll get you those details as well. So this is the entire picture for Insecticides India, but let's try to understand the KYC ratings which we have in our show. This of course includes the income statement, balance sheet, cash flow, return ratio. Then if you look at it, there is shareholding, how much stock has moved, kitna paisa stock mein bana. I'll get you the valuations as well as the overall outlook for the company. But let's start the income statement first and see what's happening there. Largely we see the revenue number has not been that strong. The 3-year CAGR has been in single digit. Little bit of up moves definitely coming in PAT and operational numbers, but it kind of negates because of the top line growth. But let's see what's happening in the margins front. Overall the margins are being maintained. It's at least 10% or plus. So that is where a little bit of strength is definitely coming in. So to put things in perspective, I will give this a neutral rating. Let's go for the balance sheet, and largely the numbers are very, largely it's debt free. The borrowing numbers, if you look at it, that's on the lower side. Cash balances, if you talk about it, they are at decent levels as well. Balance sheet management is decent. Even the working capital ratios I checked, it's neutral or normal. So that's what my view also comes in when it comes to the balance sheet. So we spoke about income statement, we spoke about balance sheet. Let's talk about the third point, cash flow. Of course, there is some seasonality at play as well, but I've taken the fiscal years here and they have done decently well. Of course, FY24, there was a higher numbers coming in, but that's where the seasonality or the cyclical nature of the business comes in, and largely it has been decent. So I've given this a neutral rating as well, giving a benefit of doubt on my analysis. Also, let's talk about the return ratios. Largely, it has been decent. There was this downtick of 10.4% from 16.7% in ROCs, but then it has been a good, you could say a good up move, and it's maintaining a slight decline coming in if you compare with FY25. But net the story remains strong and it's neutral. It's on the recovery path. It's almost getting back to its FY22 levels, and the same story is coming in for the ROE as well. So it's a neutral rating when it comes to the return ratios. Shareholding, there's nothing changing at all over the last 2 to 3 years. And look at that, FIs, their stake has remained 4%, DIs hasn't changed, so has the promoter stake not changed. That means no change in the flows right now. So to put that in perspective, I'm going to give this a neutral rating. But let's try to understand, has the stock actually made money for the investors? That's where we come in for our analysis. Let's pull out what has happened. From March lows, the stock is up 36%, fair enough. There was a good uptake from most of the stocks. But the concern is from 2025 highs, and from last 1 year, the stock is down. One is down 33%, another is down 21%. In the last 5 years, if you are a really long-term investor in this company, it hasn't made much of the returns. It's just 41%. The average is just 8% a year. So definitely there is a big concern here, and that is why I'm going to give this a thumbs down when it comes to the street cred. Now that question was, why is the company trading at a valuation which is at a big discount to its peers? Insecticides 12-month forward P is at 15 times. Compare that with UPL and PI Industries. There's definitely all of them are at premium with them. And remember, there has been a derating in agrochemical by almost 30 to 50%. Same thing happens for Bayer Crop and Rallis India. Look at their valuations. That's around 28 to 27 times. But just 15 times. Does it make it the cheapest agrochemical stock? Yes. But why is it trading at such a significant, discount? That's a little bit of concern for me. So I'm going to give this a neutral rating right now. But of course, the cheapness is there. So maybe this can give a good risk-reward ratio. So of course, this is going to be a thumbs up for that. But let's talk about the outlook, what's happening here. El Nino impacting Indian monsoon, and that's a very important, negative point for the company. At least in the inventory adjustments, 90% of revenue is still domestic. The restricted field activities and global disruptions, that's also happening. So there are second order effects, but the company is shifting towards more premium products. They are looking after something in backward integration. So at least they'll try to offset the margin impact, and more international tie-up and announcements for the future. That's pretty much interesting. But as of now, it's even Stevens when it comes to the outlook. Let's try to understand the total final KYC ratings coming in for the company, and where does the company stand. Income statement, balance sheet, cash flow, return ratios. There are some negatives, there are some positives, but they are balancing out. But my concern is there definitely in the street cred. Valuations, however, have turned attractive, and that's why I've given this a thumbs up. Nothing major happening in shareholding, but outlook, the concern is the El Nino. And how does the company fight that against the industry tailwinds? That's the big question to be asked. But the overall KYC rating for my analysis is 4.8 out of 8. So that's the rating coming in. It's largely in line to slightly negative what the numbers we generally give in KYC. So I've given you an entire perspective. But let's try to understand, up next we'll have Rajesh Agarwal, MD of Insecticides India. He'll be talking about the company's growth plans. He has been the MD since the year 2006, and interestingly, the company got listed in the year 2007. So he has been there All this while, he's the vice chairman of the Crop Care Federation of India. And one interesting tidbit about him is, of course, he will give us a lot of views and views for the company and the industry as well. But time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll be speaking to him.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
This is where the future shows up first. Conversations with the biggest names in tech and AI. Putting tech through its paces. No fancy jargon or spec sheets, just what matters. If it's shaping the future, you'll see it here first. The Tesla Model Y. This is Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews across the NDTV network.
When you say that 15.5 lakh crore is correct and the SEBI has only found 3,000 crore, that's over a 90% error right there.
The 15.5 lakh crore revenue which has come in 4 years is perfectly correct. It is not a processing unit, it is a refining and selling unit.
SEBI spoke to Affluence and Affluence told them that they have not recorded a single trade with you, that Rajesh Exports is not a client of Affluence. So where is that 11,000 crores coming from?
The trade is absolutely correct. We have given all the required clarifications to SEBI in this regard.
You're directly saying that SEBI's finding is wrong. They found that certain numbers of trades have been done from your personal account.
I am not telling SEBI's finding is wrong because there has been no finding as yet.
Mr. Mehta, you've still not answered the question.
SEBI has considered the gross profit as the revenue for whatever reason. Has thought that that is revenue.
But how can a communication error last 2.5 years?
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information plates into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit. India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairing a committee of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
Gender parity to be reflected while we choose leadership as well.
It's also important that how they are reshaping the industries.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors. Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. Coming soon. When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information plates into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. Wow. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is...
Welcome back to KYC, and now we are joined in by Rajesh Agarwal, the Managing Director at Insecticides. Good afternoon, Rajesh sir. It's always a pleasure to have you with us at NDTV Profit. But a little bit of concern is coming in for the agrochemical players, the El Nino impact which is there. Of course, there is a little bit of disruptions, but wo purani baat hai. But right now, El Nino, that's a big concern coming in. And as an industry spokesperson also, I just wanted to understand how does it impact your industry and your company as well.
Rain god plays a very important role in our industry. Particularly, it boosts up the sentiment of the farmer. He prepares for the new crop and he is very, very confident when the good signals of rainfall are there. And at this moment, yes, there is a slight delay in the rainfalls, but still the country is divided into various parts, and so is the role of the rains. Because if we look at North India, here rice is the very big crop in wherever the water is available. It may be all the geographies of Punjab, Haryana, UP, going towards even Bihar. So in maximum parts where the rice is sown, there the impact is just to a level that yes, they need water. So the ground level groundwater plays a very important role here. But yes, the rains, of course, they boost the sentiment of the farmer and they give the growth to the crop. The risk comes in when it comes to the dry crops, particularly cotton and pulses. And there are some switches in the northern part of the country. In central part, yes, the soybean cotton ratio, the pulses ratio, that keeps on changing, even the groundnut, depending on the time of the monsoon. If the monsoon gets a delay, then there can be shift from one crop to another. So we are very much prepared, looking at the seasonal situations, looking at the overall farmer sentiment. We are working on the rice products, we are working on soybean product, we are working on pulses product. So we are working in all the directions. Right.
Rajeshji, what about the growth and the margin outlook, for the business for FY27? How things look now?
We have been very aggressive in this year because this is the 25th year of the company and we are looking for a decent growth. So I can at this moment tell you that we will of course be having a double-digit growth, and there will be some evidence in this quarter itself. And yes, how the monsoons come in and how the things are there, it is going to create an additional impact. But still, I am confident that we should have a decent growth in this year.
Decent double-digit growth expectations. Rajeshji, Iran-US deal is almost final right now. The global disruptions, they are expected to bottom out. How does your export business look like? It's just 10% of revenue, but things will become better now?
It is improving day by day because we are getting more registrations, and we are also working for some contract-based businesses. So as we get these registrations, this business will go up. At the moment, the contribution is small, not even 10%, but we have a vision to reach 10% in 2 years' time. And I'm very, very confident that we should have decent growth from the export business as well.
Right. And how's your product launch pipeline looking like, Rajeshji, especially with the global partners? A lot of announcements coming here.
Yes, we have partnered recently with Corteva, and we have launched 2 new products in this season. And there are further few announcements which are on the way by our own R&D center and through our partners also. And we expect to launch one product from Nissan also by the end of this year, which will be available for the next Kharif season. So that will be again, so I mean, there is a lot of product basket, and we'll keep on launching the products in Kharif and Rabi season.
Right. And Rajeshji, talking about the upcoming facility in Rajasthan, just wanted to understand a little bit, about how things are going to move ahead and, regarding your capacity expansion as well.
So Sotanala is a 2027 target. Last year, we have completed Chopanki. This year, the entire focus is on completing Dahej expansions. Though we have started manufacturing partially in Dahej, but the vision is that we should come in full swing by the month of July, and we should take the maximum advantage of the Dahej unit. And now the Sotanala comes in. Sotanala, we should start the formulations by the end of this year. And the target is to catch the technical synthesis in the next year, in the next Kharif season actually. So which will be again the same time, May, June of the next year, we should hit with the technical manufacturing start.
Right, Rajeshji, that's a very interesting 360-degree outlook you have given across our questions. But the B2C segment, where you are moving towards the premium segment, a bit of high margin segment, how are things looking like? Have you earmarked any kind of a capex or expansion for that? What's the outlook on this front?
We have strengthened our formulation facilities at all the places. When I say all the places, in Dahej, I have put up a new formulation unit, which will be fully functional by this month end. And again, in Sotanala, we are setting up a new formulation unit. The idea is that a lot of new generation formulations we are getting, particularly water-based formulations, wettable granules, so for which we have done a major expansion at both the sites. And the vision is like we divide the insecticide and herbicide in the 2 plants, and we improve our capacities so that it's not only for our brand, but for also B2B segment, we are able to cater to the demand of the people.
Rajeshji, it's always a pleasure to hear you, and also for your company's growth prospects going ahead as well. Hopefully El Nino doesn't impact the agrochemical industry in India. It's always a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, so that's of course Rajesh Agarwal, the MD of Insecticides India. Concerns are raised, especially on the El Nino impact for the entire Indian agrochemical industry. But is the company doing something more? That's the key question which we have tried to answer in this interesting episode of KYC. So stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार अंबा शक्ति SDTMT.
This is where the future shows up first. Conversations with the biggest names in tech and AI. Putting tech through its paces. No fancy jargon or spec sheets, just what matters. If it's shaping the future, you'll see it here first. The Tesla Model Y. This is Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews across the NDTV network.
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information plates into clear perspective. down the stories shaping the world. From markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit.
When you say that 15.5 lakh crore is correct and the SEBI has only found 3,000 crore, that's over a 90% error right there.
The 15.5 lakh crore revenue which has come in 4 years is perfectly correct. It is not a processing unit, it is a refining and selling unit.
SEBI spoke to Affluence and Affluence told them that they have not recorded a single trade with you, that Rajesh Exports is not a client of Affluence. So where is that 11,000 crores coming from?
The trade is absolutely correct. We have given all the required clarifications to SEBI in this regard.
You're directly saying that SEBI's finding is wrong. They found that certain numbers of trades have been done from your personal account.
I am not telling SEBI's finding is wrong because there has been no finding as yet.
Mr. Mehta, you still not answered the question.
SEBI has considered the gross profit as the revenue for whatever reason, has thought that that is revenue.
But how can a communication error last 2.5 years?
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairing a committee of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
Gender parity to be reflected while we choose leadership as well.
It's also important that how they are reshaping the industries.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. Coming soon. When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information plates into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world. From markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings.
Bro, where's the hook?
Cross-platform, digital first, virality.
Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems...
The United States and Iran have reached a peace deal to end their nearly 4-month-long war, with both sides declaring an immediate and permanent halt to military operations across all fronts. The deal will be signed on 19th of June, after which the Strait of Hormuz will be open. Aviation and OMC stocks jump as oil prices shed some of their war premium. Brent crude tumbles below $84 a barrel after the US and Iran agreed to an interim peace deal, raising hopes of a Strait of Hormuz reopening soon. Gold is shining once again. Bullion climbed more than 2% after the US and Iran announced an interim peace deal, with investors returning to the precious metal as markets digest a major political turning point. US-Iran peace deal cheer really rubs off on the Lal Street. Nifty trades firm above 23,900 while the broader markets move in tandem. All key sectors trade in the positive zone, barring pharma. Autos lead with the gains. Metals shine bank support. Vedanta's demerger story marks a chapter on the Lal Street. All 4 spun-off entities listed, with Vedanta Aluminium leading the pack as the combined value of the new businesses jumped over 20%. Hello and welcome. You've tuned into Markets at 12. I'm Nisha Podar, and it's a good day of trade today. Let's take a look at the market. Almost 1.5% gain when we talk about Nifty 50, and that's being maintained throughout the trading session. A large part of that, or most of it, is owed actually to the US-Iran deal and some bit of peace and sanity really coming in on the war situation. Crude prices have a huge role to play because of the peace deal. The crude prices have softened, and that's what is giving comfort to the Indian economy as well as the markets. When we talk about Nifty 50 at the current moment, and yes, 1.4% gains, and it is going steady for the largest part of the first half of the trading session. But what's really aiding is across the board participation coming in on the blue chip counters. Leading the pack in terms of contribution is Larsen and Toubro, which is really giving almost 36.5 points to Nifty 50. And soon after that, big boy from the banking space, HDFC Bank, even Reliance Industries from the IT pack, Infosys and Mahindra from auto. On the downside are minor glitches, minor negatives really coming in from the sectors like oil and gas. Remember, like upstream company like ONGC, because of Brent crude really going down. So all in all, if we really take a look at this, the big theme of the market today is the peace deal in US and Iran. And when we talk about the overall sectors as well, it's realty, auto, metals really leading the pack. When we talk about the WPI data flashing on your screen, and the internals are showing 7.48% when it comes to fuel, and new series of WPI inflation at 9.68%. So May new series of WPI inflation is coming in at 9.68%. And when we take a look at some of the internals, it's food inflation at 4.49%. And it's at 9.68%, the new series WPI inflation. Primary articles inflation is coming in at 4.99%. So the new series of WPI inflation at 9.68% versus the estimate of 9.55%. So the estimate was lower. The WPI inflation is slightly higher than what the street was really expecting in the new series and the new calculation. Remember that the CPI inflation, which was announced last week, that had beaten the estimates in terms of the lower, rate coming in. And when we talk about WPI inflation for the month of May, as per the new series, 9.68% is where it is, and slightly above the expectation agitation on the streets. So that is going to have an impact. Fuel and power inflation at 7.48% is at elevated level, and food inflation also, keep an eye out on that. But let's get back to markets. And yes, markets in good shape except pharma. All the sectors are really roaring ahead, and the big reason for the markets really doing well is the US-Iran deal. Let's talk about that and what's the latest coming in, and starting the show on that of the biggest story. After months of conflict, remember, a major diplomatic breakthrough has come in, maybe changing the course of the Middle East war. The United States as well as Iran have announced an immediate as well as permanent end to the military operations. Now, the deal includes plans to really reopen the Strait of Hormuz and also lift the US naval blockade on the Iranian ports. While further talks are really expected in Switzerland, oil prices reacted with a sharp fall on hopes of easing the supply concerns. Now, further talks are also planned in Switzerland, while the nuclear negotiations could really follow. Israel is yet to really formally respond, even as the airstrikes hit Beirut earlier. Now, Trump also took aim at Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, calling him a very difficult guy. All right, so looks like cracks emerging between the US as well as Israel when it comes to really coming in and attacking Iran, and the peace deal is a welcome sign, and global cues are looking very positive, and that's what our markets are really reacting to. Now, India's clean mobility story may be entering a new chapter. Road Transport Minister Nitin Gadkari says that as many as 12 companies are now working on vehicles that can run on 100% ethanol. Listen in to what else he had to say about the norms as well as this energy transformation.
100% इथेनॉल अब कार में, स्कूटर में, कहीं भी ऑटोमोबाइल में यूज करने के स्टैंडर्ड्स के साथ उसके सर्कुलर को निकाल दिया है। मुझे बताते हुए खुशी हो रही है कि हमारी 5 मोटरसाइकिल में से 3 मोटरसाइकिल हीरो की है। उन्होंने मेरी और पेट्रोलियम मंत्री हमारे पुरी साहब के साथ उन्होंने 2 मोटरसाइकिल लॉन्च की है जो फ्लेक्स इंजन है, जो आइदर पेट्रोल और इथेनॉल दोनों पे चल सकता है, उसको लॉन्च किया है। मुझे खुशी है कि मारुति सुजुकी ने अपनी वैगनआर ये भी 100% इथेनॉल पर लॉन्च की है। 12 कंपनियां, टाटा, महिंद्रा, हुंडई, टोयोटो, ये सब अब धीरे धीरे पूरी गाड़ियां इथेनॉल पर 100% फ्लेक्स इंजन पर आएगी।
All right, so that's the big news coming in also on energy transition. All right, there's something else that we need to focus on when we talk about the markets as well as the momentum. Remember, the capital market, action has been rather slow. In fact, Kaushal Shah, the managing director and head of equity capital markets at Kotak Investment Banking, joins in now. Kaushal, good to have you on NDTV Profit. Do you think that the peace deal and the market reaction that we are seeing is going to get the zing back into the IPO market?
Yeah, hi, thank you. No, of course, yes, because this was one area which was quite uncertain. Investors were looking forward to a peace deal. And this is a global crisis, not an India issue, but all the more because India is a net oil importing country. This does impact India in terms of how the Brent price moves, how the supply of LPG moves. So if there's a solution, if the supply continues, of course, it's a big positive. And we for sure see that the markets will be a lot more, I would say, vibrant over the next few months as well.
Right. Looking at the trend also, Kaushal, in the recent past, what happens to the IPOs which have been put on the back burner and they have been looking at alternate ways of really giving either exits to the private equity or VC investors and for fundraise requirements?
Yeah. So what we have seen is in the past, the issuers have looked at multiple options. But at the same time, when you see that the situation is improving, many of the issuers, especially the large cap companies, those who are thinking about looking at large fundraisers, they do come back. They typically don't go out and venture for other alternatives. Yes, for some of the small companies or mid cap companies, they look at alternatives. But the way we are seeing that if the peace deal is signed, you have already seen in terms of how the markets have behaved today and on Friday. Many of these companies who had put it on pause will all come back. And this is nothing new because we had seen this over the last 2 years, where if you look at the second half of the year, or let me put it this way, the Q4 of the calendar years, the total IPO sizes have been anywhere between 55 to 60%. So, and issuers are happy to wait for a certain time period for the right market, and that ties in with what the investors also want to look at.
Right. So, Kaushal, now the world is looking very different since we spoke about, planning to discuss the IPO slowdown to now the news coming in today. But looking at the picture for the year, we are already on a very, very slow lane. In fact, there's a sharp drop that is seen in the FY27 figures when we talk about the IPO fundraising. It's a huge decline coming in from what we have seen in FY26 compared to the YTD of FY27. But of course, we are just in the last month of the first quarter. How do you see the recouping for your business and for the street from these low levels compared to last year?
Yeah. So see, just to give a little bit of background, we have seen a lot of the secondary market trades in form of sell downs, in form of QIPs, which have been happening over the last 5 to 6 months. Obviously, because these are shorter time period in terms of the execution, which is where the issuers as well as the investors are happy to do the trades. And these are trades of anywhere between $300 million, $500 million, or even more than $500 million. So from that perspective, the deal activity has been happening, is happening at this point of time. From an IPO perspective, as I was highlighting, if you look at Q4 of last year, the trades that happened, the IPOs that happened was almost 60%, right? And first half was muted. This year also we are seeing a similar trend where the first half has been muted, but the way the markets are looking up, I would not be surprised in terms of the second half of the current calendar year to be quite vibrant. The big reason is that I think the investors also want some stability. They should be able to price in the market risk, and which is why you see that while the sell downs in the QIPs are happening, IPO markets were slow,
right.
But I think these are market windows you typically see coming back.
All right. So, Kaushal, good news for the iBankers like yourself, and big business to really do in this particular year after this new news coming in. But, Kaushal, while the IPOs may revive, the investors may still be cautious. So, valuation is where we'll train our attention next when it comes to the IPO mandates. Thank you so much for joining in with your quick perspective on the IPO market. With that, we'll slip into a short breather on markets at 12. Come back for more action on the markets.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
This is where the future shows up first. Conversations with the biggest names in tech and AI. Putting tech through its paces. No fancy jargon or spec sheets, just what matters. If it's shaping the future, you'll see it here first. The Tesla Model Y. This is Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews across the NDTV network.
When you say that 15.5 lakh crore is correct and the SEBI has only found 3,000 crore, that's over a 90% error right there.
The 15.5 lakh crore revenue which has come in 4 years is perfectly correct. It is not a processing unit, it is a refining and selling unit.
SEBI spoke to Affluence, and Affluence told them that they have not recorded a single trade with you, that Rajesh Exports is not a client of Affluence. So where is that 11,000 crores coming from?
The trade is absolutely correct. We have given all the required clarifications to SEBI in this regard.
You're directly saying that SEBI's finding is wrong. They found that certain numbers of trades have been done from your personal account.
I am not telling SEBI's finding is wrong because there has been no finding as yet.
Mr. Mehta, you still not answered the question.
SEBI has considered the gross profit as the revenue for whatever reason, has thought that that is revenue.
But how can a communication error last 2.5 years?
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information plates into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit. He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to. Get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company, weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairing a committee of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
Gender parity to be reflected while we choose leadership as well.
It's also important that how they are reshaping the industries.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards, coming soon. When the headlines move fast, perspective matters.
Welcome back. You're watching Markets at 12, and let's take it straight across to Venkatesh Balasubramaniam, who's the MD and Head of Research at JM Financial. Venkatesh, always a pleasure to welcome you on NDTV Profit, and the research and the investment blueprint for FY27 that has been put together by your in-house team. That really suggests a huge downside. It's skewed towards downside when we talk about the earnings momentum for FY27. A large part of it is really owed to the commodity shock that we have seen, especially from West Asia. Venkatesh, how much of this will really change with the peace deal coming in?
See, till maybe start of last week, the biggest thing that everybody was talking about was geopolitics and the war. correct? Now, with the fact that we now know that hopefully by Friday, a peace deal could be reached and signed, and possibly post that the Strait of Hormuz could open up. The issue about the worries around the West Asia related war related shocks are perhaps receding a little bit. Let us just wait for it to happen before we can conclusively say that this is largely done. But incrementally, the key worry which we have is on earnings. Please remember that the war broke out in the month of March, correct? There was no war for the last 2 years. So for the last 2 years, for both years, I think consensus expectations was 15% kind of earnings growth.
Yes.
But for financial year 25, what was delivered was 3.4% on the Nifty.
Yes.
Last year, that number ranges somewhere in that band of 4 to 5%. Now, as we started this year, depending on the broker you talk to, the expectation is between 13 to 17%. I think those numbers are still very aggressive.
Yes.
And there is huge room for it to get cut. Whatever happens, the first quarter of this year would definitely be a washout.
Yes.
I think post that, what we have seen is also seen a 7.5 rupees kind of increase in fuel prices per liter. And you would have noticed that the last couple of months, inflation figures have started going up. I think the WPI just got reported, numbers are on the higher side. Now, at that price increase also, I don't think the OMCs are getting full recoveries.
Yes.
So I'm not sure these fuel price hikes can be rolled back, even though the crude has corrected now to more than $100 per barrel to, let's say, $84 per barrel. We are still much higher than where we were before the war broke out, which was maybe closer to $70 per barrel.
60 also, 65. So Venkatesh, you make a very, very good point and a fair point. One whole quarter is a washout, next earnings to be watched out for, and the earnings estimates have to be also reduced downwards. Also looking at the fact that the recovery may take longer of the damage already done. So which are the sectors? Give us a little bit about the theme sector and outlook as per your analysis for this particular year.
Clearly, I'll first tell you about where we have gone underweight. Now, the underweight is more a top-down call. So we have got a large 400 bips kind of underweight on banks. We have an underweight on IT. Now, neither of them changes because the war ends. Because banks is a different problem. Last year also, we had 15% kind of loan growth, but the EPS growth was only 7%. In the current year also, we are expecting 15% loan growth, but the earnings growth will be only 7%, especially because of the PSU banks. So that doesn't change whether the war ends or does not end. Okay, that is one problem. The second problem with the IT sector, deflation happening there because of AI, that doesn't again change whether the war ends or does not end. So our views actually on our two biggest underweights actually doesn't change at all.
Right.
Where maybe the underweight could be scaled back a little bit is we are underweight on auto also, where we were worried about the fact that because of inflation, raw material prices in the economy will go up. Now maybe it doesn't go up as much as we expected it to go up, but still remember, as we move into the second half of the year, we are working on a very high base. Post September of last year is when GST cut impact started showing up on the numbers, and the second half numbers, the base is extremely huge for you to show significant growth.
All right, Venkatesh, completely out of time. Unfortunately, we have to get into a mandatory break. But I got your point. A large part of damage done and a lot more pressure points are still there, even if the war really ends on Friday. Thank you so much, Venkatesh, and we'll pick it up next time with you. Thank you so much. And with that, it's a wrap on Markets at 12. But keep it with NDTV Profit. Thank you.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
say that 15.5 lakh crore is correct and the SEBI has only found 3,000 crore. That's over 90% error right there.
The 15.5 lakh crore revenue which has come in 4 years is perfectly correct. It is not a processing unit, it is a refining and selling unit.
SEBI spoke to Affluence and Affluence told them that they have not recorded a single trade with you, that Rajesh Exports is not a client of Affluence. So where is that 11,000 crores coming from?
The trade is absolutely correct. We have given all the required clarifications to SEBI in this regard.
You're directly saying that SEBI's finding is wrong. They found that certain numbers of trades have been done from your personal account.
I am not telling SEBI's finding is wrong because there has been no finding as yet.
Mr. Mehta, you still not answered the question.
SEBI has considered the gross profit as the revenue for whatever reason, has thought that that is revenue.
But how can a communication error last 2.5 years?
This is where the future shows up first. Conversations with the biggest names in tech and AI. Putting tech through its paces. No fancy jargon or spec sheets, just what matters. If it's shaping the future, you'll see it here first. The Tesla Model Y. This is Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews across the NDTV network.
When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information plates into clear perspective. Down the stories shaping the world, from markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut, every Friday, 3:30 p.m. only on NDTV Profit. He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairing a committee of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
Gender parity to be reflected while we choose leadership as well.
It's also important that how they are reshaping the industries.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. Coming soon. When the headlines move fast, perspective matters. On Editor's Cut, our editors come together with experts to distill the week's information plates into clear perspective. down the stories shaping the world. From markets and the economy to global conflicts and what lies ahead. This is where experience meets insight. No noise, no hype, just sharp takes on what to watch next. Editor's Cut.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You're watching Trending Stocks with me, Hiral Daria, and Sharad Dubey, who's standing at the Profit Market Pit. Sharad, good afternoon. It's an interesting day of trade. I mean, you're talking about the US-Iran peace deal that has somewhere fructified, but finalization is what everyone is watching out for in terms of the 19th of June. Till then, probably there could be uncertainties, but the markets are not really reflecting that, and that's the beauty of it. We are maintaining that steadiness in terms of today's session to some extent.
Well, yes, good afternoon, Hiral, and you're right. There's a good up move for the second straight day, and interestingly, markets are cheering a little bit of clarity because we know on 19 June the deal will be signed. And just looking at the numbers, Nifty Bank, both of them are showing strength. Nifty Bank a slightly, you could say, a weaker setup than Nifty. But why I'll talk about this is because of the technical sell-off. Little bit of profit booking is definitely there. Options data is also suggesting that. So, of course, a little bit of downtick you can see during the day as well. But what are the key factors to watch out for? It's very much important for us to understand that there is a good bullish momentum for Nifty Bank, but you can expect a little bit of technical pause and a little bit of sell-off. Nifty's key level 200 DMA, we haven't received that, but in case some major up moves happen, this is the level to look out for. If it sustains above that, fresh round of up move we can expect. We can expect some profit booking and technical cool off, and that's what exactly is happening currently with Nifty Bank, slightly with Nifty also. Broader indices continue to see value buying, and if you look at the other key details about it, sectorally also, realty, auto, metals, all are seeing a good buying. Of course, dollar pressure is there. That's also aiding the metal sentiment. Brent crude continues to see its fall. OMC stocks doing well. A lot of crude derivative related industries doing well in the trade for the second straight day. Pharma is the only sectoral index which is in the red, but nothing major to be concerned about. Rupee has strengthened and bond yields, on the other hand, have cooled off as well. But let's look at the things at a larger scale. Risk on sentiment is, of course, back for the last 2 to 3 trading sessions. AI trade is back, but the focus shifts to Fed meeting on the Wednesday as well. So definitely a lot of macro data is there, and on Friday we will have the important deal signing as well. But yes, you can expect a little bit of technical cool off as what we have seen a major rally in the last 2 trading sessions.
Okay, you know, that's going to be interesting to watch out for, a technical cool off that could be potentially on the cards. But what's trending today? Your CV stocks are on fire, and this is on the back of falling crude prices. So from your Ashok Leyland to a Tata Motors CV, all of them trading in the positive, along with your CV financiers. So the likes of a Shriram Finance is what you're looking out for. Chola Finance, another one. You have Eternal Swiggy, where JPM has come out and said that they prefer Eternal over Swiggy, but both of the counters are trading in the positive. Indigo, lower crude, higher traffic beneficiary, and that stock is up in trade. Orinpro, a larger single-day gain in 14 months is what you're looking at. E100 fuel regulations have been approved, and sugar stocks are surging in trade. And for OMCs, with crude subsiding, we've gone below that $84 per barrel mark. The marketing margins will be turning positive for them as well. Aurobindo Pharma, US FDA OAI is what they've received for UGI Unit 3. And that's the reason why the stock is under pressure, and there are a couple of brokerage notes on it as well. You have a Macquarie, which has maintained a buy on Phoenix Mills, and you have a Nestle, which is in focus with the company rejecting infestation allegations. Power Industries, Minda Corp, IFCI, all the 3 counters trading at a 52-week high. You know, the consumption sector is also seeing a boost, and this is on the back of the peace deal. You have L&T, which has actually turned positive for 2026 after 2 consecutive sessions of gains. Motilal Oswal is bullish on travel stocks, so names like TBO Tech, Ixico, Yatra are all trading with some smart moves in today's session. And a Lenskart, UBS projecting a 48% upside, the highest target price that a Lenskart could have received. Dr. Reddy is also in focus on the back of the launch with regards to the first generic version of Busulif. And you have Rushil, Decor, Billion Brains, all of them buzzing in trade. So that's the watch list. But Sharad, over to you to take the rapid fire with Nilesh Jain of Centrum Broking.
Thanks a lot, Hiral, for that. Good afternoon, Nilesh. It's always a pleasure to have you with us at NDTV Profit. We start our rapid fire round. An interesting small cap, Orient Pro Solutions here. Good volume momentum happening. Is there a trade to be made here, Nilesh?
Very good afternoon to you, Sharad. Good afternoon, everyone. If you see, Sharad, it has already surged 12%. So, first of all, the risk and reward is not favorable. But yes, the trend has turned positive. So, there could be a trade if at all you see any dip towards 860, 850. In that range, one can go long, keeping a stop loss below 830. There is a potential for the counter to move towards 950 to 980 in the near term.
Right, and after a long time, L&T is also buzzing in trade. Do you think this will sustain? Because this is just the starting from a consolidation phase. A little bit of positive momentum is coming in this counter.
A very good setup. In fact, we have seen a breakaway gap today. Kind of an inverse HNS pattern breakout also can be visible on the chart where the neckline got reached at 4100. So yes, there is a potential for this counter to move towards 4300 to 4400 in the near term. Looks good to accumulate on decline.
Right, three stocks, all of them are hitting their 52-week high levels. Apar Industries, Minda Corp and IFCI as well. Of course, IFCI has some stake in NSE also, and buzz in the street is about NSE's upcoming IPO. But out of these three stocks, which has a better technical setup right now, Nilesh?
Well, that would be IFCI. The reason being, we have seen a very good momentum recently. The counter has formed a kind of a rounding bottom pattern. So there is a trade to be made on declines. It can be added on dips for upside target of 94 to 96 in the near term, keeping a stop loss below 86. And apart from that, Minda Corp has a very good setup. It has also given a good breakout, so there could be a momentum trade for further upside towards 700 plus in the near term. So keeping a stop loss below 635, Minda Corp can also be bought on decline. But yes, having said that, Apar Industries is also looking strong with the recent momentum that we have seen. But fresh entry can only be taken on decline.
Right, Nilesh, what about sugar stocks? Sri Renuka, Balrampur Chini, all these stocks doing well. The management also spoke regarding a positive industry development coming in. Do you think the sugar stocks is a good play, at least on a positional basis, or do you think this rally might fizzle out?
Well, we have seen it has been a commodity rally that we have seen, and it doesn't last too long. But yes, there could be possibility that this momentum may extend further as far as this space is concerned. Balrampur Chini is something that we are liking within this particular space. For further upside move towards 580 to 600 in the near term. Not expecting any major upside, but yes, short-term pullback rate can be seen. So keeping a stop loss below 530, one can go long on declines in Balrampur Chini.
Okay, go long on declines for Balrampur Chini. Of course, next stock is Lenskart, and brokerages have turned bullish for this counter as well. What does the monthly charts actually suggest? I just wanted a little bit of positional and a monthly view on this counter.
Well, Sharad, we have a limited data, maybe 6 to 7 months kind of data we have available. But whatever chart that I can see from a position perspective, yes, the setup is looking positive, but not advisable to chase at the current level, because there could be possibility you may get it at low price, maybe around 485 to 480. That can be a good entry point, keeping a stop loss below 460. From a positional perspective, in next 2 to 3 months, we can see counter moving towards a new record high as well.
Right, counter moving towards the new record high for next 2 to 3 months. Keep that eye on Lenskart. Another stock, Dr. Reddy's, important levels to track over here.
Well, pharma space as a whole, it's an avoid for the time being. We are, looking at a sectorial rotation as of now. So, pharma is a defensive play. We expect it to remain sideways. So, across all pharma counters, we expect consolidation to continue. Dr. Reddy, there could be a momentum pullback rate, maybe towards 1320 to 1340. Not expecting any major upside. But yes, if somebody is already holding a long position, can keep a stop loss at 1260 and stay put.
Right. So, all right, that's the end of the rapid fire round. Over to you, Hiral. What are the Google trending stocks suggesting?
Okay, let's look at what's trending in in terms of Google Trends today. It'll be interesting to see the names. For you, anyone's guess, it could probably be Bank Nifty or Nifty 50 as well, with the kind of sustainability that you're seeing in today's session. But interesting, Vedanta Power, which is a recent listing, is trending on Google Trends. 2.3% is the kind of cuts that you're seeing on this counter. So no point taking a technical check.